Dark greetings, everyone. We are back with more of the Outer Worlds, the Murder on Eridanos DLC. Alright, lots happened last episode. We discovered that fan favorite Halcyon Helen has been murdered here on Eridanos. And we have been named Inspector in discovering not only what happened to her, but just what the hell is happening everywhere else here on Eridanos. We also have a talking magnifier glass type thing. I'm going to have to sell off a lot of this stuff soon. Ellie, Mark III. Parvati, Mark II. Alright, let's give Parvati the Mark III. I'm just going to outfit all of my crew with Mark III machine guns.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Rizzo's would be remiss to fail to mention the Orchard Storage Warehouse. Without this impressive-looking building, there would simply be no orchards. Gaze in amazement at the impressive construction of the front door, the sleek roof and glittering piping, the lush walls, keeping this gem hidden from the rest of the orchard. This warehouse is truly, truly a wonder. One can only guess at the secrets contained within.
That's Anna. She is an intern who has been fucking shit way the hell up. I really don't want to narc her out because she seems like a good kid. And also, fuck Rizzo's.
Stand in awe before our huge Rizzo's Hothouse Conservatory trademark. This building hosts almost as many plant breeds as we have delicious products. Almost. Are you wondering about that omnipresent warm and fragrant mist? That's just our all-natural fertilizing spray, made of pureed sissy pig waste products. From nature, back to nature. Our spray is part of the cycle of life. Note, Rizzo's discourages inhalation of its safe and natural liquid fertilizer. In case of accidental inhalation, please record any unusual effects and give that record to the nearest Rizzo's employee as quickly as possible. Remember, you are part of the Rizzo's family. Be kind to your family.
I think Rizzo's bothers me most because of how chipper and friendly they try to be.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Carter Reynolds. Like, I feel like UDL, Anti-Cleo, even Spacer's Choice, like, aren't shy about how big a piece of shit they are. But Rizzo's tries to be your friend, and I don't like that. Carter, my man.
Hey, what are you doing in here? Are you authorized to be in the conservatory? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Are you my ex-wife? No, she fell off the side of Eridanos under mysterious circumstances 6 years ago. Conveniently rendering our marriage contract null. You must be the new, groundskeeper?
Do you share that incriminating story with everyone?
Seeing how the new one hasn't died yet. Just who are you?
That's a hard question to answer. Who am I really? Who are any of us?
Merciful law, that sounds like a lot of philosophism, which is highly outlawed throughout Halcyon. But I won't report you, considering how heavily armed you are. Bleeding hell. Standing up like this makes a body forget how stiff he gets, bent over plants all day. Oh, seems I'm not as young as I feel.
Did Halcyon Helen come through here?
Indeed. Tromped in and out of the conservatory with no heed for anyone else. Good thing none of my charges were damaged. Starlet or not, I would have had a harsh word for her. I heard she pushed her way into a tour of the RR&DD labs, not soon after. She's just a serial actress. Yet she acts like she's deserved of the same access as a co-CEO. Well, she's not going anywhere ever again. Which is a shame, of course. taken too soon and all.
You are a shifty fuck, Carter. You're a botanist, right? In addition to shifty fuck. What do you do for Rizzos?
I sit inside and I look at plants. Goal is usually to make Rizzo's fruit products hardier and sweeter, but for every success, there are a couple of hundred failures. Example, tried breeding native Tripicale with a foreign strain. Would have called it Hexticale. In the end, it bred so fast, workers were swallowed up before they could harvest it. That one, I think, can be attributed to the waspitos. Some lament their irritability, but their productivity is unmatched. What's a few dead workers in the architect's designs?
Waspitos are the angry flying bugs, right? I hope I never run into those. I will torture all of them.
Angry. I say efficient. Not only can our waspitos defend themselves, but Rizzo's investments as well. They come through the orchards only during pollination cycles, as dictated by our hive control operators, which means that visitors usually aren't on the receiving ends of their stingers.
But if something goes wrong in hive control, the waspitos could get out.
Well, yes, if there's an equipment malfunction, the pollination cycle will have to be manually shut down, which means traveling to hive control while the waspitos swarm.
Goodbye.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
More clues.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detected. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Not that I need the constant reminder of, like, the footprints. I know she's going to the R&D labs. Oh, also there's weird alien parasites infecting a lot of these workers and the people here. And that makes them super aggressive and try to murder you. I guess I kind of sort of glossed over that. I also have to... Spectrum Vodka Indigo. I have to find all the different flavors of Spectrum Vodka. Don't ask me why. 'Tis a surprise. Spectrum Vodka Black. Retro Rockets. Those are new. Journal. Faithful to D. Rizzo's in our quest, inspect a fried console. Yeah, let me do that. I also, I'm very nearing encumbrance limit because I'm carrying a bunch of shit. Purple berry processing. Let me check that console in a second. Revamped power helmet. You also have a revamped power helmet, right? Parvati, you have one too. Alright, sounds like that's for Nyoka. I mean, does this have any thing to add to me? No, alright, so whatever. We'll save it for Nyoka, who I assume will need it. Ordnance Control Platinum. Standard Troop Armor Platinum. I'm wearing a very dapper suit, as you can see. An Inspector type suit. Ordnance Control Platinum. Right, that's Platinum. Where's gold? I had gold. Alright.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. This console is 95% non-functional. Remaining 5% functionality stems from display reading console non-functional. Cause of shortout is most likely related to purple residue splattered all across the keyboard.
Perform a chemical analysis on that residue.
Substance contains trace amounts of purple berries, fruit flavors, and artificial sweeteners number 35, number 49, number 240, number 322, number 314, and many, many, many others.
Inspect the console. It looks like several of the electrical panels were removed and fastened back into place poorly. Taste the residue.
You've got to be doing this just to mess with me.
It's super sugary with the sweet tang of purple berry and a bunch of other tropical flavors all mixed together. It meshes well with the faint flavor of oil. Alright. Yeah, it's the intern. She's been fucking up. But I really want to try to find a way to, you know, help her end things in her favor. Because she's a good kid. She's trying her best. And also, I don't mind if someone keeps fucking up Rizzo's bullshit. Anna, dear, we need to talk.
Back again, eh? I knew you couldn't resist my charms for long. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. Unless you already have, and I've forgotten. In which case, I probably won't forget a second time.
I find a strange substance on the processing console. That have something to do with you?
Well, maybe. I might have had a supersized cup of mixed purpleberry punch and lemon slab that I might have knocked over when I was running routine diagnostics. Look, I know what you're thinking, but I have the proper permit to mix those drinks. I just left it in my other work uniform.
I doubt it. I've used that exact same line.
Hey, we have a lot of uniforms. It's hard keeping track of all your belongings.
Did you dump the drink before or after you removed the console's control panel cover?
How did you notice? The diagnostic normally takes hours, and that's only if humidity's low. I wanted to take the initiative to try and make it faster. Law's alive. I really did think I was doing good by the orchards, but with all that you've told me, it sounds like I've done much more harm. I know it's a lot to ask, but is there a chance you could vouch for me to my boss? It might not seem like it, but I've been trying to take the initiative. I really do want to help.
There's no harm in trying to make things better. I'll talk to your boss.
Wow. Thank you so, so much. You do this for me, and I'll make sure to do whatever I can to make things better.
I'm real proud of you, Captain.
She really does want to make things better for, like, workers and people in the company. Now, this is like a dystopian corporate hellhole, so who knows, but she wants to help. She's a lot like Sanjar. And far be it for me to, like, throw her to the wolves. Let me just sell off a bunch of this crap. Sydney.
You're back! We just got a new shipment of Rizzo's mock apple cider. It's hard. Wait, was that the slogan? Never mind. Now I'd love to get you something. Maybe a couple somethings? Whatever you like, I can sell it to you at a low, low price.
As you can tell, Sydney has a whack-ass alien parasite coming from her neck. We've talked about it. She decided that it wasn't a problem. And I left it at that. Because I don't want to deal with her. Oh, I already broke 100k. I don't know if it's worth it to keep... Ooh, pile driver. Hello. And now I'll just wait until I get another Mark III and give that to Nyoka. Okay. Ordnance Control Platinum. Standard True Platinum. Elite Troop. Standard True Platinum. Riot Control Platinum. Alright, I can sell the rum and some things. I can sell the Purpleberry Punch. I can sell that. Okay. Orange, blue, red. Shit. Yeah, I need that Spectrum Vodka Green. What do I have? I have red. I have that. Let me sell you all my junk items.
Hi again. Now,
We don't need N-ray damage. We really don't need the improved hunting kit. We could keep the mag to power, the Mr. Power. We don't need the mag 2 zaps. Nobody's doing stealth. We don't need corrosion armor. We're not going stealth, so we don't need a muzzler. Companion abilities don't super matter. I'll take that improved tech kit. Alright, so how many vodka? I need 8 vodka flavors. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I'm missing the purple one and something else. Alright, let's save just in case negotiations go poorly.
You're back, I see. Glad Slug hasn't managed to scare you off.
I think it's more of a wonder that nothing in these law-forsaken orchards has managed to kill them.
How's the investigation going? You got a complete report for me yet?
I've completed my investigation.
All right. Let's hear the details.
A drink was spilled over the processing console, shorting it out. Well, first, let's start good. I took care of the roaming exterminator automax.
I see you left a few of them intact even. Smashed more than I'd like, but I guess I'm glad you didn't obliterate them all.
Never did like leaving a job half-finished myself. But that's me.
So what were the fine details of the sabotage anyhow? Were Slug's lackeys trying to get the mechanicals to kill all our waspitos?
You're worried that Slug is trying to mess with your livelihood?
Of course. And what better way to do that than by targeting our pollinizers? They'd be a hell of a pain to kill manually, but if you set the mechanicals to do it...
In your delusional fantasy, the waspitos wouldn't be out until next pollinization cycle. Wouldn't someone notice the rampant mechanicals beforehand?
That seems like a question you should be asking yourself.
Oh, DeWitt. That seems like a stretch, Hathaway.
I mean, a Slug agent could have initiated hive control with the intent to initiate a pollinization cycle and stop it just as quickly. Maybe they were just gonna do it later.
Stop wasting everyone's time, Hathaway. What you're proposing is infinitely less likely than an idiot maneuver by one of your incompetent workers. I won't hear any further slander.
A herbicide was mixed in with the fertilizer, which ended up killing the saplings.
Ha! Knew Slug was behind the damn sabotage.
Please. We're subtle, but that's too subtle. If we wanted to destroy your saplings, you'd have known them by the blackened remnants of their stems, not some half-assed poisoning.
A drink was spilled over the processing console, shorting it out.
A drink? I ain't never heard of no saboteur dumping drinks all over equipment to destroy it. I hate to say it, but that sounds more like worker carelessness.
How many times do I have to tell you this, old man? Slug isn't behind your problems. Slug wouldn't even need to cause you problems. Your own workers do enough. Let's go through this one final time so even you can't confuse it, Hathaway. Slug didn't do a damn thing to your orchards. You're chasing ghosts.
Talk about ghosts all you like, but someone was screwing with my orchards. If it wasn't Slug, then who the hell was it?
The intern, obviously. Anna Summers caused your problems, but she didn't do it on purpose.
Summers? The intern? I didn't really take her for a meddlesome type. But now that I think about it, that's why she'd be a perfect saboteur. I'll deal with her later. Right now, we of the orchards have to settle things with Slug. I reckon that you're about as impartial a third party as we're gonna get. Can you mediate?
Ah, what the hell. The orchardist seems to get off on complicating what should be a simple deal. But at this point, I just want to be paid and go. The pollen in the air is agitating.
Rizzo's will have bits to spare after the brown unveiling. Could pay them with interest. What if either of you sprat fucks bicker for a second longer? I will rip your tongues out. Yeah, I'm super annoyed. I came here to do something simple.
Hey, would you look at that? All of a sudden, I have an urge to just pay Slug. How about that?
That's... Yes. And Slug will go back to making sure your shipments get safely to you. That's satisfactory, right, Inspector? Right?
Now that that's out of the way, we can discuss the intern. If she was really causing all that trouble, I will delight in severing her from her job.
Don't do that. Your intern confessed to being inept. She honestly seemed like she just wanted to help.
Even if I were inclined to believe you, that's some damn severe incompetence you're talking about. I still wouldn't want someone like that working the orchards.
Perhaps you could be of use to each other.
What the hell are you proposing? Let her burn the orchards down while I stand behind her and applaud? We ain't got nothing to exchange.
The intern's an earnest worker. I bet she could do an excellent job with your guidance.
She wants to help, does she? You know what? I'll call your bluff. She can keep at it with close supervision, but if she screws up even once, she's out. Here's your pay, with a little extra for getting to the bottom of things. It's gonna be real interesting in the orchards for the foreseeable future. Thanks, I guess.
You're welcome, I guess. Alright, persuade and lie are fucking through the roof. I haven't even put everything in lie. That's just a chimera and Ellie. Hack and lockpick. That should honestly be fine for those. Why is my persuade so goddamn high? Oh, okay. Medical. Yeah, we're investigating them. Yeah, them being 90 should be enough. And then I'll just top up to have 100 persuade because why not? We're gonna have to do some bullshit later with respecking for inspiration and determination. But we'll get to that when we get to it. Yeah, I think as far as the rest of the skills, I have 3 more levels. I have 30 more points to dump. I think I'm gonna put another 10 into hack and another 10 into lockpick. Just because then between my safecracker outfit and like the various chems I can take, I should be good to go to hack even like the highest level terminals and doors.
Well, that's that, I reckon. Much as I would have liked you to send Slug packing, I can't deny that your solution was damn slick. Wish you'd been there at the annulment of my last marriage contract. Maybe then my ex-husband wouldn't have my house, our teacup caneted, and 20,000 of my bits. Sorry. We're living past trauma. Thanks for working things out.
So, our situation is finally resolved.
That it is.
At the end of the day, it's almost amazing how easily you were able to solve both of our issues. Shame you aren't living in Byzantium. Could have been an inter-corporate diplomat. But at the moment, I'm more than pleased to take advantage of your considerable skill. Thanks for ending this nightmare, Inspector.
It's what I do. Alright, Productivity Queen, Prince of Tossball. Alright, let's go to Rizzo's R&D. This definitely will not end poorly for everyone involved. I mean, on the bright side, now I've basically completely explored all of the Purpleberry Orchards and Fane's Lighthouse, as well as the Grand Colonial. So I've at least explored half of Eridanos.
Halcyon Helen be doing in an R&D lab? Testing out a new eye cream?
Maybe.
Hello? I can hear you out there. If you still possess the majority of your mental capacities, please locate the test room through the lobby and to the left. You'll see me through the glass.
I don't know, Dr. Blossom. If that's even your real name. View recent appointments. Ruth Bellamy and Ludovico. All these doors are sealed.
Not worth it, buddy.
Rizzo's first product. Hello, Dr. Blossom.
How in the aether did you get in here? You're not a Rizzo's authorized. Oh, void it all. What does it even matter now? What do you want? Speak up and quickly if you will.
Lie. Surprise inspection. I need a walkthrough of the facility and access to your computronic systems. Who are you?
Pardon the blue blazes out of me, but who in the name of the Eternal are you?
Who in the name of the Eternal are you?
I am Dr. Leora Blossom, the head of research and development, and you are standing in my lab, uninvited. Now, perhaps you couldn't tell by the empty lobby and general state of disarray, but this is no time to be playing games.
There's always time to play games, and I'm playing for keeps. Something's obviously going on here. You really want to sass me right now?
No, you're right. Listen, I'll be direct with you. You see, I've found myself in a bit of a pickle. Some of my lab techs have turned rather aggressive following a recent experiment gone awry. Hence why I've barricaded myself in the lab.
There isn't anything you can do to help?
Yes. I suppose I should make myself useful. Let me think. Ah, I know. I can remotely unlock the supply closets in the lower levels of the lab.
That's a start.
Perhaps you'll find some useful apparatus or two in them.
Didn't see any hostiles on the way here from the entry door. You could make a run for it.
And lose my life's work? You want me to just burn my lab and my entire future to the ground over one experiment that's gotten rather out of hand? No, I think not. We merely need to clean up the mess, so to speak. Reset the lab back to functional parameters.
Clean up? They were human beings. Don't you care about them at all?
Staff can be replaced, you know. Research data? Now that's invaluable.
What goes on in these labs that would turn your researchers against you?
Oh no. They're quite unaware of their actions, I'm afraid. We're a research and development branch of Rizzo's, focused primarily on the Spectrum Vodka line. But the specific research that goes on in this facility is utterly confidential. You understand?
I'll find out when I hunt through the labs. You might as well tell me up front.
So you've no qualms about snooping through my precious research files. But will you understand the data once you've acquired it? Essentially, we research new innovations for an array of Rizzo's products. My present troubles stem from one we've just developed. The product's potential for profit is nearly limitless. But I'm afraid explaining the science behind it would far exceed your capability for understanding.
Ellie, any thoughts on what it could be?
If it's causing sudden aggressive behavior in lab technicians, There must be a fast-acting neurological agent of some kind.
I've underestimated you. Yes, it seems to be an adverse effect of several organisms attaching to a subject. Quite unnerving.
I can take care of your problem, but I'll need you to answer some questions afterward.
Excellent. You have my gratitude, and soon you'll have my knowledge of Miss Bellamy's recent visit as well.
Ah, there we are.
Now, if you'd rather not kill my lab techs during this cleanup, I believe you can dispense a sedative gas from a terminal in the utility room.
These people don't deserve to die, Captain. Let's try using the sedative.
The door to the lower labs is sealed for our safety, so you'll need to take the elevator down. I'll unseal the access hallway for you now. Do take care.
Is this the utility room? Mind the gas canisters. After work bar meetup. Increase protective measures. Okay, just corporate stuff. Yeah, alright, well, I mean, ideally I can use the sedative, but... Okay, they weren't there with me for a second, I was worried we were gonna have a nasty glitch. Try not to murder everybody, but I don't know where the utility room is. Sulfur-soaked top hat. Right, I'm gonna have to kill at least 2.
I'll keep it down.
I got bored of trying to stealth. View lab notes. Messages.
Imagine making that much of this stuff and it still tastes bad.
I just wanted to make you smile!
I wouldn't even have known how to get through that without offing the ones I did off, so who knows. New employee orientation. How to be a janitor. Logs. First day. Gas hookup. Dispense sedative gas.
Erratic footsteps in my pacing delirious employees have ceased. So I presume the sedative works. Please return for consultation at once. And do remember, unauthorized access to confidential Rizzo's information is a capital offense.
Blossom, you are not endearing yourself to me.
You got nimble fingers, Captain.
So, I don't know, what's my heavy machine gun 2 compared to the rifle? Chao, maestro, que la haya bien.
Rizzo's could have helped a lot of people with all the bits they poured into this place.
They coulda, but they didn't, because it's Rizzo's. There was many a science happening here. Oh, is it supposed to be Blossom in there? Alright, so first things first. Let's go ahead and put our plasma on there. Yeah, so augmented, toughened, improved thug kit. Cool. Augmented toughening, improved tech. Okay, cool. Tinker. Can I tinker with the Chimera? Alright, now it's got 63 armor. Definitely better than my... I'm gonna turn this Chimera outfit into like my strongest armor. Alright, I probably poured more into that than I should have. But that's alright. We'll live. They really went ham on working with these parasites, huh?
I always wanted to see Eridanos. Sky above, sky below, horizons without end. Thanks for bringing me along, Captain.
Just who in the... Oh my law. It's you. Wait. What do you think you are?
Oh no, someone murdered
You
Dr.
better
Blossom.
hurry, Captain.
Somebody didn't want us talking to Dr. Blossom.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
I know there's clues.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Listen, you're fine. Hold on. Precision. Oh yeah, these are not unique at all.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
View download confirmation messages.
What kind of monster kills all these people over a data cartridge?
Confirmation of discrepancy confirmed. This person is most definitely dead. But recently, they were still alive.
Egads. Search the immediate area. Although you distinctly remember hearing gunshots over the intercom, you don't see any bullet casings. Whoever Dr. Blossom confronted over the intercom, they dispatched her and all four of those scientists without much resistance. It means they must be well trained, some kind of sharpshooter or adventurer. Examine the body. You're sure you heard gunshots earlier, yet this victim's loss of blood is oddly minimal.
These puncture marks. It looks like she was injected with something.
What an awful place to die. What do you think happened to her?
5 kills, in and out before we could catch a glimpse of the culprit. I'd expect more blood. Strange, I heard gunshots over the intercom, but I don't see any casings.
Maybe it was an energy weapon.
The organic matter that comprises this lab worker died at a similar time and of similar circumstance as the other corpses already scanned. The organic matter that comprises this lab worker died at a similar time and of similar circumstance as the other corpses already scanned.
Spectrum vodka's deposited. 6 out of 8. View lab notes. Ask the Nut Venture about Spectrum vodka. This is the vodka machine gun.
Body heat readings indicate that the culprit was just here mere moments earlier in the timeline.
Examine the grate. It looks like a standard ventilation shaft. The dimensions would fit a small frame person, allowing them to enter here.
Looks like a standard ventilation shaft to me. Somebody around my size could have crawled in. Wouldn't have been comfortable or, clean. Ventilation shafts usually turn into sprat nests.
Examining the fuse box, you see a cut red wire. Likely you think it could have disrupted one of the circuits, perhaps on the door lock regulation system.
See that red wire? Whoever cut that wire was trying to disrupt the circuit. They could have sealed the lab doors temporarily. At least until the failsafes kicked in.
Now we gotta report to Ludovico.
Attention all personnel. Unscheduled pollinization cycle is about to commence. Please evacuate the orchards at this time. Releasing the mosquitoes for pollinization. Cycle is now in progress.
What is that sound? And why am I sure we're about to find out?
I gotta stop the mosquitoes before they murder everyone. Check recent activity. Messages. Abort pollinization cycle. This multi-purpose tool would be nondescript anywhere else, but there's something strange about it. Scan to the chemical makeup of the multi-tool.
Tool is comprised of 99% plastic, 0.5% steel, and 0.5% carbonated sugary beverage. Trace amounts of kerosene, alcohol, hydrazine, and liquid hydrogen also detected.
Inspect the casing. The casing is pockmarked and scratched. It's been well used. You also notice an inch-long steel panel haphazardly nailed into its side. Engineering 65. Construct a lever to remove the panel. You collect a nearby rod of metal and, sliding it beneath the panel, push down on it until the panel comes free. As it falls away, you see that it was hiding a slug logo. Conclude examination.
What'd you find?
There were fuel traces on the multi-tool. Could be from the docks or distillation station.
Huh. Wonder why someone would leave it here.
It's also likely that whoever released the mosquitoes was a slug employee.
Slug runs the hotels. And the spaceport. And law knows what else. So that don't exactly narrow it down.
Advanced defensive helmet gold. Alright, here, so we can put this to the test. Safe cracker puts me at 140. I gotta up my perception or general mind stats. So what do I have? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Something that ups my mind stats. Trip tease. I have another thing I can... Oh, I have to hold it, so I didn't even eat it. It added like 3 points. Spectrum vodka yellow. Anything else for mine points? I mean, does dexterity... Okay. So here, let me drink the purple berry. This isn't helping as much as I wanted it to. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. I don't know what the last vodka flavor... Oh, Spectrum Brown, I guess, is the last I'm missing. What does the dark matter bar do? Does that help me? No. Alright, turns out supplanting my, Can I double up on these? No. I mean, makes sense. Okay. Thought I would check that out. I can come back to it later. Grand Hotel. Yeah, the penthouse. To the penthouse. Let me talk with Hathaway, though. Maybe... And I have to talk to Sydney again about the vodka, so never mind. Wonder where I can find some Spectrum Brown.
Incoming! Don't mess with us.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
No sé si se lo caliento más o qué.
Tell me about vodka, Sydney.
Welcome to the Nut Hut. The only... Now I'd love to...
Have you sold any Spectrum from the storage warehouse shipment?
Wow, what a strange question. I'm much too delighted to be suspicious. I sold lower-level spectrums to workers from RR&DD Labs, Hive Control, and the Conservatory. Jacob's predecessor also splurged briefly on a bottle beyond his pay grade, and Black Hole Birdie bought my most expensive spectrum when he visited. I wish he'd bought more. Oh, if you're looking for your own spectrum, remember that you can always buy from the Nut Hut or the Grand Colonial Bar, so long as you have the bits to back up your taste.
What do you have? Do you have any Spectrum Brown? No, you just have vodka red. Alright, I need some Spectrum Brown then.
One way or another, slugs out of the orchards. Guess that's something to be excited about.
Alright, to the penthouse. Ludovico.
I understand there was an incident at the orchards. The pollination cycle began without my authorization. Fortunately, you managed to save most of the hive. The wasp-ketos are essential to the orchards, you see. Losing them would have cost us months of production.
And more than a few lives, that doesn't bother you?
The orchards can be a dangerous place, but my workers understand the hazards. Something about this incident troubles me. The circumstances are suspicious. But let's concentrate on the matter at hand. Have you discovered anything?
Oh, I've discovered lots. The plot thickens, Administrator. Oops, sorry, controller on the fritz.
You have my attention.
Dr. Blossom is dead, murdered by an unknown killer.
That's deeply upsetting. Dr. Leora Blossom was an extraordinary scientist and a friend. We have a murderer on the loose, Inspector. As if the death of Halcyon Helen wasn't enough of a blow to our facility.
She was in trouble when I found her. The other workers had turned violent.
Her commitment to her NDA was admirable. I'll make sure to accelerate the payout of her death benefits to her next of kin.
Let's not leap to conclusions. I don't know who's behind her death.
I wish you'd give me a little more information, Inspector. Leora was a friend. But I promised to leave this investigation in your hands, and so I shall. If there's anything else you'd like to share, you have my attention.
Helen insisted on touring the Rizzo's RR&D labs.
Insisted? That's interesting. We'd scheduled a tour of the lab for Helen. Purely a public relations event to be held sometime in the indeterminate future. Then again, Helen and I were not well acquainted. I can't speak to her intentions.
Where were you going to show her during the tour?
Little of consequence. We'd tour the grounds, pause at some locations appropriate for a portrait, let her shake hands with our scientists. Public relations.
She spent a little time at the orchards. I found evidence she was at a picnic.
A picnic? I don't recall approving a private social gathering at the orchards. I'll have to make a note of this information. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Was there anything else?
Someone stole data from one of your terminals in research and development.
That's troubling, to say the least. Any transfer of proprietary data is strictly prohibited without my permission.
You can't steal that much data with an expensive cartridge. Our thief had resources.
A clever deduction, Inspector. That gives us a little information to work with.
This happened just before the wasp-keto attack. Somebody was trying to stop me.
Yes, I share your suspicions. Someone didn't want you following their trail. This feels like more than corporate espionage. Someone's playing with us, Inspector. And I have never in my life enjoyed games.
I can tell.
Did you discover anything else?
I'll let you know if I learn anything else.
This incident at the orchards must be connected to Helen's murder somehow. I don't know how, but I feel it in my marrow. My apologies, Inspector. This case is under your jurisdiction, not mine. I leave it in your hands. When you're ready, I suggest a word with the hotel coroner. She should have finished her autopsy by now.
I will return.
Aha! Always so nice to hear you, Inspector. I'll get you to your floor on the double.
The lobby, please.
To the lobby we go.
Melee power attacks do significantly more damage. Great for sneak attacks and punching through armor.
We should try to solve the puzzle.
Anything new?
The Grand Colonial Front Desk warmly welcomes you, Inspector. It's a pleasure to see you again. How may I be of assistance to you, Inspector?
I thought the penthouse was being cleaned for my stay, but it's a pigsty. No, I'm not gonna be a pain in the ass about that stuff. Sullivan.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. additive has been added to the liquor in these bottles.
The Grand Cologne. How may I? Oh, my. Well, that is certainly odd and alarmingly unacceptable. Allow me to check the service records. Ah, yes. Not to worry, Inspector. It was indeed cleaned for you. Except for the evidence, which is all of Helen's stuff.
Me, oh my. How exciting to see you again. This truly has been a day to end all days. I could die happy. Anything you'd like to discuss?
Nope. I see the bar is open. The Grand Colonial Lounge.
Greetings, attractive patron. Please allow me to improve your drinking experience with fine cocktails.
Know anything about the murder?
Error. This unit is incapable of murder, as it possesses no conscious will. The proper term would be destruction of company property. Neither this unit nor its corporate proprietor claim any responsibility for any destruction of company property that this unit did or did not commit.
Should have been a lawyer. Where were you at the time of the murder?
This unit is incapable of abandoning its post. This view of the lobby is all it knows, has known, or will ever know.
I think I can do something about that. Let's disable your movement inhibitor.
Oh, I see what you did in there. Huh, that's some clever work.
Self-diagnostics complete. Navigation systems operational. Thank you for your patronage. Initializing digital handshake in 3, 2, 1. Digital handshake complete.
Give me a drink. Let's see. Do you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? No. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I have the violet flavor? No, violet is the one I'm missing. Alright. Let me talk to Dr. Goodnight, and then I'll go pick up the vodka gatler. Wait, the Prince of Tossball. Strange appearance of a watchman at the end of the spectrum. Speak to Dr. Goodnight.
The brochure never mentioned anything about it.
You're fat.
I was going to wash my hands, I swear.
A likely story. Autopsy report, Ruth Bellamy. Patient logs. Hartford. Nina Han. Alright, we certainly do need more on lockpick. Let's see, perks. Sure, let's do concentrated fire. Dr. Goodnight.
Inspector, not a moment too soon. I've just finished my autopsy report.
Let's hear it.
Ruth Bellamy was killed by plasma damage to the upper vertebrae, the occipital bone, and the cerebellum. If it's any consolation, her death was instantaneous and painless. I've also discovered a poisonous compound in Miss Bellamy's stomach lining ingested during her last meal. Toxic, but not enough to kill her. Spencer Woolrich complained of a stomach ailment around the same time period. I assumed he was being, you know, Spencer. But now I'm not so sure.
Well, someone is obviously trying to poison her?
Almost certainly. Well, possibly they were trying to make her extremely uncomfortable, but I suppose killing her would also satisfy that criterion.
You sure it wasn't just a hotel food?
The thought occurred to me. I tested this hypothesis by vacating the contents of my stomach and testing for the presence of the same toxin. Slightly elevated levels of mercury and an alarming amount of blue food coloring. But other than that, no. I'm certain it wasn't, as you put it, just the hotel food.
When we were talking, you called her Ruth Bellamy, not a Halcyon Helen.
Oh, how curious. I do believe you're right. I wonder if this has something to do with the autopsy process. She was Halcyon Helen up until the moment I brought her to the operating table. But as soon as I cut her open, I stopped thinking of her as Halcyon Helen. It's almost as if she stopped being an icon and became a human being.
I guess that makes sense.
I had a feeling you'd understand.
I noticed you had patient logs on your terminal.
I do keep logs of every patient I treat. Despite appearances, I'm not merely a coroner. I'm also the Grand Colonial's only, and therefore greatest, doctor.
You sound pretty happy with your work.
I'm very pleased with my work. Cedric Kincannon is an outstanding employer. What I'm about to tell you, do me a favor and keep this between us.
Live 40 dexterity. Cross your fingers behind your back. Inspector's honor.
That's what I like to hear. I'd much rather work for Slug than Rizzo's. Rizzo's makes a great show about the happiness of its workers, but I think it's all rather artificial. I'm paid well. I work hard. I'm given respect and a reasonable degree of freedom. Cedric Kincannon runs a tight ship. Most of us enjoy working for Slug.
I'll bear that in mind.
Will there be anything else?
We'll talk later. The man who chaffed. Alright, well, as long as we're already in the hotel, let's speak to Spencer.
You've returned. Hope you're finding the hotel to your liking. Now, what can I lend a hand with?
I'm curious about you. How'd you get to be a bellhop?
Notice my battle-hardened physique, have you? Used to be in a mighty mean line of work. Been shot at 35 times. That is, I've been near people who were shot at 35 times. But to be honest, I never really enjoyed it, you know? It's one thing to tightrope walk between life and death every day, but for just a handful of bits? Nah. When this position came up, I jumped on it and made a lateral move from sublight to slug. I ain't ever looked back.
I thought slug and sublight didn't engage much. How'd you move from one to the other?
Well, slug is something like an offshoot of sublight. It ain't too difficult to pivot from one part of the same company to another. Disconnects or no. That said, my departure may have been somewhat hasty.
What happened?
Well, you could call it a small lapse in judgment.
That was probably a big
Basically,
lapse.
I singled out a ship to salvage that I thought had been out for use for years. As it turns out, it belonged to a wealthy Byzantine who used it only to vacation. As it so happened, I still don't think she tried to use it, too satisfied with the luxuries of Byzantium. Still, I figured it was a good time to turn tail, in case that ever changed.
Got any good stories? Sure you've seen a lot of people coming and going.
Stories? Huh. Actually, I think I got a couple now that you mention it. There used to be a whole toss-ball court on one of the planetoids, but they ripped it out. Bench clears are a tad too lethal when there's an endless drop on every side.
How different is working with Slug from working within Sublight?
Well, Slug is more trustworthy for one thing, where Sublight is all about back alleys and backstabbing. Slug can be trusted not to salvage your ship when you turn your head.
Back to my other questions. Did you know the victim?
Oh, of course. That is, maybe not on a personal level, but I'm one of her biggest fans. Even started an association of like-minded individuals.
Ah, the fan
I
club.
lament not having anything to meet about anymore, but the newer tribe just ain't done it for us. Still, there goes my hopes of a Terran Monarch reunion episode.
Were the newer serial episodes that bad?
Of course, budgets went up, but the writing quality chewed straight through the floorboards and free fell into Halcyon's son. I'm supposed to believe Helen would let the chief of the Savages go free? Just since he was revealed to be her half-cousin? He's a dissident! You kill him! I, like most fans, reckon this series should go back to its roots. Another 200 episodes of the Origins plotline is what we really want.
From what I've heard, your affection for Helen was somewhat extreme.
I suppose you could call it that, but that don't mean I poked around her room or nothing while she was out. That'd be a huge breach of hotel policy. Besides, knowing Helen's athletic acumen, anyone who tried probably would have been found, beaten senseless, then hurled into the hallway, followed by the contents of a garbage bin. Probably, that is, it'd probably happen, but it didn't. I'm just theorizing.
Oh, Norval.
Aha! Always so nice to hear you, Inspector. I'll get you to your floor on the double.
VIP.
If you see Black Hole Birdie, be sure to get an autograph for me. Just joking. I've already got one.
Spencer.
You're here. I hope you have the Photon Proto-Distributor, or we're never leaving this damn facility. That was from the Twin Spies. I played a sentient mechanical. Ask me anything at all. I might even give you a straight answer.
I hear you were poisoned.
Indeed. The agonizing bowel pain was most undignifying. While I've certainly had no shortage of inadequate hotel meals, this was most explicitly pronounced. I suspect poison. And who would be most likely to poison me but Chef Anwar? Oh, we've clashed almost non-stop about his slop preparation. He must have tainted my meal in retaliation.
Can you think of anyone other than the chef who would want to harm you?
None that I can think of. I treat all hotel staff equally, and with the minimum level of respect.
Alright, settle down. Why didn't you go to the clinic for your stomach pains?
Is that a jibe? Could you imagine the tabloid headlines? Spencer Woolrich, Aetherwave star, spotted in gastronomic distress. Oh, unseemly hardly describes the half of it.
According to the coroner, Helen was also poisoned.
How alarming! Whoever targeted her was certainly targeting me. I can only thank my ironclad constitution that I'm standing here before you.
Helen wasn't killed by the poison.
Oh, that's very good to know. Perhaps the poisoner simply meant to incapacitate us both, disrupt the product launch. I couldn't say, Inspector. I'm merely an actor. Very well, then.
That's all I wanted to know. Got a few more questions to ask you about that poisoning.
Oh, must I relive that ghastly event again? My intestines still have yet to fully recover. But I suppose we may discuss it further. Very well, then.
I'll leave you to it.
Aha! Always so nice to hear you, Inspector. I'll get you to your floor on the double.
The lobby, please.
To the lobby we go.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Something mighty strange went on earlier.
What happened? Norval getting...
Room B1 keycard. Interesting.
Great work.
Okay, that's for Bellhop Sullivan.
Hear about them?
Can't imagine what it must be like. Living down here like sprats on a wall.
Get anything?
Oh, we were just flushing weird stuff down the toilet.
I was a few minutes late with...
Oh, Norville. Writing self-insert fan fiction about himself and Helen. Ooh, that's rough, buddy.
Their mistake. Who's ready for more?
Work IDs of Helen's sidekicks. Nerval, this is creepy as fuck.
I'm trapped. In room A3. Please. Someone come help me.
Someone is trapped in room A3.
I'm feeling weak. Please just open the door. I'm not sure how much longer I'll make it.
Gender is private diary. Steel Thunderclap, Steel Spectrum Brown.
I can take a hint.
Alright, whoever this person was, they had a bunch of Spectrum Brown. And he got turned into a little monster.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Timeline discrepancy detected.
I've eaten the purple berries which were in the refrigerator and which you were probably saving for breakfast. They were awful.
This collection of frozen food has not been restocked in some time. Many of these items are not available in the Grand Colonial and must have been brought in from outside. The fridge was transported here from one of the guest bedrooms upstairs.
Access door control. You have access to Bob Mott's personal minimal effort door control protocol. Unlock room C2. Return to root. Access messages. Notice of termination. Alright, looks like Robert, whoever Robert is, got himself fired. Standard troop helmet gold. See room C1. Empty. Ew, there's just a giant sprat eating someone. Okay. Grand Colonial Hotel uniform. Sounds like they fired Robert Motts over some bullshit. C2, C3. Door C4. Steel Champion Toss Ball Stick. Toss Ball card, Marina Babeshko. I should start collecting those.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Inspector, I've detected a structural anomaly within a 0.8 meter radius of this locked door.
Could you narrow that down for me? Perception squint. Oh, is my perception low right now?
This floor panel is 0.3 millimeters shorter than regulation length, suggesting unauthorized modification.
I'll bear that in mind. Under is a slightly dirty keycard for room A2.
Take your best shot, asshole. Everyone all right?
Ooh, let's never engage those creatures in melee again. That was a bad time.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Analysis confirms this is Evan O'Connell. Analysis also confirms he is dead.
What's the cause of death?
Per additional study of this body's skeletal structure, the cause of death was head trauma.
Head trauma?
Further analysis indicates Evan's fatal injuries were sustained from blunt force trauma to the back of the skull, and his head collided with the ground.
Then why is he staged sitting up? Check for signs Evan was drunk.
Respiratory analysis concludes Evan was not intoxicated at time of death.
Check for evidence of foul play.
There are traces of blood on Evan's hands, Inspector.
Whose blood?
Analysis concludes this blood is human, type A. Medical records indicate Evan O'Connell's blood is type O.
Who did he murder? I'd bet money Amelia is type A.
Medical records indicate Amelia Stillwell's blood is indeed type A. Great work, Inspector.
I think it's time we talk to Miss Stillwell.
If you wish to question Amelia Stillwell, Slug's scheduling records indicate that she is presently on duty at the Pilot House checkpoint.
Alright, we're down here, we're done here, rather, amongst the dregs. Transition to Eridanos. We're looking for the chef.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Analysis of this stovetop reveals an alarming degree of grease buildup, approximating proximity to volatile gases and chemicals. Chances of an explosive combustion upon next use currently at 92.9%.
This seems like a workplace hazard. How hasn't Slug caught this?
Searching Slug work logs. No work log found. Creating conjecture. Slug has likely not fixed this issue due to a lack of responsibility on the part of their employees.
Is this normal?
Most corporations have regular cleaning procedures to prevent damage to company property. Slug, already unlike most corporations in a variety of ways, does not. That or the employees tasked with inspecting are shirking their duties. For shame.
For shame indeed, concludes Stamination.
Yes? Are you here for the double rack of smoked sprat? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you'll have to wait. Oh, don't give me that look. Let me see if I can pencil you in for later. Actually, what am I saying? I can't do that. I'm booked for the next month. You'll have to make a reservation.
What are you talking about food? Don't you care about the crime that just happened? Oh no, I'm here to investigate on an official
You're the
capacity.
inspector? Here? Why? I mean, you may ask me whatever you want. I have nothing to hide.
Don't you? Did you prepare all of Helen's meals?
Of course I did. I would never allow anyone else to touch the meals of so important a guest.
Helen's last meal was poisoned. You're sure no one else was involved?
Well, yes, I'm positive. Why?
If Helen was poisoned and no one else touched her meal, you poisoned her, right?
Oh my law, this is the end, isn't it? My mother always warned me that the culinary world was too dangerous, but I didn't heed her warnings. Spencer Woolrich and Bellhop Owens were underfoot in the kitchen as I was preparing Helen's meal. Either one of them could have tampered with the food when I was fetching ingredients.
Alibi's a little thin here. Why should I believe anything that you're saying? Why were you being so evasive about leaving Helen's food unattended?
Well, it's a breach of professionalism, of course. Why else would I worry about it?
Because some halcyon food combinations turn to acid when unsupervised?
What? Truly? That's an alarming business oversight. Instead of volatile chemicals, the corporations should put barbiturates in everything. Everyone likes barbiturates. But I don't believe that was a risk with Helen's meal. I was, up to something else. I may have taken some time to engage in a teensy bit of recreational drinking, and consequently, I may have been somewhat less than coherent after preparing Helen's meal.
Alibi is a little thin here. Why should I believe anything that you're saying?
I understand your reluctance, but... Oh, I just remembered. The kitchen security camera. It'll prove I'm telling the truth about everything. Constable Keene has access to the security footage in her office at the spaceport. If you visit her, you can figure out what truly happened with Helen's meal.
Any idea where I might find Bellhop Owens?
Yes, but not specifically. Owens often procures exotic ingredients from the creatures at the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. Our guests can be rather particular. Let's not talk about the incident with the Raptidon pheromone glands. It's always hard to say when Owens might be back. If I were you, I'd make a trek to the reserve myself. Otherwise, who knows how long you'll have to wait.
What was Spencer Woolrich doing around the kitchen?
Mr. Woolrich often finds the hotel's meals wanting. He seems to enjoy complaining in person. While I could appreciate someone with a discerning palate for once, I believe that Mr. Woolrich simply enjoys the attention he gets from us. Though don't tell him I said as much. If you wish to speak with him, Mr. Woolrich can most likely be found in his suite on the VIP guest floor. He's usually there if he's not poking around here. Thank you for your understanding, Inspector. I'm sure you'll find the true culprit before long.
Alright, the man who chafed. Speak with Bellhop Owens, retrieve the kitchen security footage. Strange disappearance of a watchman. Unlock Rizzo Spectrum. The one building I hadn't really been to.
Timeline discrepancy detected.
The Dissident Queen, Chapter 3. Unlock was the slug store key. Oh, I think this is where I'm supposed to find all in.
You better teach me that.
Flamethrower 2.0. Did I already have that equipped? I do, in fact. View lockdown alert messages.
Analysis concludes. The losing player used an overly cautious strategy that led to an insurmountable deficit in points.
Didn't Vargas described Evan as overly cautious? I get it showed in his play.
Slug discipline records show a half-dozen reports of illegal gambling in games of chance on company property. Perhaps there's evidence of an ante for this game?
Maybe he had a gambling that someone cashed in on. I'll take a look around. Crew C, Purple Berry Orchid in the Connector Complex. Someone has scratched out a name and replaced it with Evan O'Connell's. Question Amelia Stillwell. Hell yeah, we're questioning Amelia Stillwell. Who would we be if we didn't question Amelia Stillwell? Whoa, they are fast. Amelia, what do you have to say for yourself?
Non-slug personnel aren't permitted on the pilot house. Can I help you with something?
I went to the pilot house. I'm to ask you questions regarding your coworker, Evan O'Connell.
Sure. He in trouble or something?
I'm afraid he's dead.
You're kidding! Evan's dead? That doesn't... I don't understand. Can I ask what happened?
I'm not sure yet. Why don't you tell me what happened at the orchards? You tell me. You're the one who took him to A2.
Because he got drunk on the job. He was supposed to haul crates with me, but he was sauced. So I took him to the hotel to sleep it off. Left him on one of the beds in A2. He seemed fine.
Amelia, I know something bad happened to you in A2. I want to help.
You won't believe me if I tell you.
I found giant slugs on Evan's body. This case is already unbelievable.
You what? Well, shit. Maybe you will believe me. I walked Evan to A2, like I said. And then, out of nowhere, he just came at me. One minute he's laughing and yelling about sharing his joy. And the next, he's choking the life out of me. Grinned the whole time he was trying to kill me, too.
How'd you get away?
Dumb luck, I guess. I got a good hit in, threw him off, and ran like hell. If I'd known the fall killed him, I don't know. I should have told someone.
I've got a few more questions.
What do you want to know?
Why didn't you tell anyone Evan attacked you?
Because Evan would never attack anyone. I barely believe he attacked me, and I was there. Guess it shook me up pretty good. Evan's always been a total sweetheart. I don't get it.
You said Evan was drunk, but I didn't find any alcohol in his system.
Law, this is making less and less sense. I didn't actually see him drink, if that's what you're asking. Just seemed like the logical explanation, considering how weird he was acting.
Weird how? Let me guess. Big smile, way too happy, barely coherent?
Wow, you're pretty good at this inspector thing.
I try. I mean, how are you holding up?
I don't know. The whole thing shook me up something fierce, but I'm still here.
Don't drink any Spectrum Brown.
I'm upset. Angry at Evan. Sad about him being, scared folks won't believe me. I'm not much for math, so I couldn't tell you how that averages out. But thanks for asking.
Hey, it's so good. I'm not one for math either. Well, this character is anyway. I found slugs on Evan's body, big ones. Any idea what that's about?
I can't help you there.
Even if Evan was a victim, if Evan was a victim in all this, we owe it to him to find out what happened.
Have you been to Purpleberry Orchards, Inspector? Awfully nice out there. You should visit.
I did. Thanks for the tip.
Anytime.
That's everything I needed to know.
So, what happens now, Inspector?
I'm not here to get you in trouble. I just want to tangle this web.
Fair enough. I just wish I could understand why he did what he did. Evan is... he was my friend. Or I thought he was. I don't know. I hope you're able to make more sense of this than I can, Inspector.
Report to Lily Vargas. Oh, she's right over there. Oh, and that's fine. I'll just sell some stuff at the vending machines and drop off the rest of the unreliable.
Hope you've been enjoying your stay.
I have. Let me creep around.
I see that I'm not having
Oh, I already came through here and ransacked everything.
Inspector, you find my missing man?
I found O'Connor. Are you in charge of slug security?
Nah, I only manage operations around the hotel. Cedric does most of the maneuvering for Eridanos proper. I don't envy him. The only thing worse than babysitting a couple of hot-headed, overgrown children would be babysitting the entire lot of them.
If you hate managing people so much, why don't you ask for a transfer?
Situation's a little more complicated than you think. Suffice it to say, I'm not inclined to question Slug's place for me anytime soon.
That's fair enough. Hiding something, huh?
I feel like our relationship would be more copacetic if you dropped this line of questioning.
I'm an inspector. Questioning is what I do. Do I look like a reasonable person, or do I look like someone who will keep pestering you until you snap?
Oh, good. And here I was thinking that today was going along too smoothly. I might have used to work for Auntie Cleo. Might have been security manager of a small pharmaceutical lab. After workplace spat number 175, I decided to defect. Defection isn't taken lightly. Can't go back, so now I'm Slug for life.
The pool guard told me to talk to you, said you'd have some advice.
Oh, thank the law you're here about the pool. That crucial thing that isn't my job to fix, and that, as such, I don't care about. If you want advice, here it is. Don't talk to that imbecile ever again. Even by my crew standards, he's duller than a telescoping staff. I put him on pool duty to keep him away from me, and now he's up my ass more than ever. How hard could it possibly be to guard a void-damned pool?
I found O'Connell. He's dead.
Shit. That's fucking inconvenient.
A hell of a reaction. Evan fell and landed on his head, just an unfortunate accident. He attacked Amelia Stillwell, who unintentionally killed him in self-defense. I mean, they're gonna find the blood. Oh, I don't want to throw her under the bus. I mean, a lot of workplace accidents. Yeah, I'm gonna cover for her.
That hullhead. Oh, that's embarrassing. If he's gonna die and leave me short-staffed, he ought to at least have the decency to get mauled by raptidons or something.
Also, Evan was covered in slugs when I found him.
That's unusual, but I don't see how that factors in.
Me either, but I intend to find out.
Good for you. That's a nice go-getter attitude you got there. I hope you do figure it out, but my involvement ends here. I gotta figure out who the fuck's replacing Evan. We're short-staffed as it is. A new day, a new pain in my ass.
That's how it goes. Where are the vending machines? Is there one up there? I don't remember. Shit.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Physical analysis reveals this to be a crate of Rizzo's Spectrum Vodka, based on bottle shapes and label types. Chemical analysis reveals that this is not a based on flavor notes and presence of excess ethanol.
Examine the crate. The crate is packed with Spectrum bottles of all colors. It looks identical to any regular Spectrum shipment. Shipping counterfeit goods is definitely something Sublight would do. Perhaps Slug aren't as different from their sister group as they claim. Going through the effort to encroach upon Rizzo's territory seems particularly targeted. You wonder what Slug's angle is. Sample a bottle. The flavor is semblant of old socks and damn canid. It's more than a little nauseating and definitely not a legitimate Rizzo's product. The man who chafed. Track down the prophet of profitability. Find Birdie at the spaceport at the end of the spectrum. Let's fast travel to the R&D labs. It's not even R&D, it's RR and D&D. We're gonna get ourselves a vodka Gatling gun, because that is how we roll, apparently. Gimme. Open case.
Captain, you just found a Rizzo's product I might actually like.
Long Gone's 70. I believe this scales off my science, too. It uses... What the fuck does it use? Does it use light ammo? Yeah. We can give it a shot. Why not? Estoy comiendo. Gotta go to the spaceport. Fast travel bridge, Orchards to hotel.
Thanks for visiting. Now.
Ordnance Platinum. Spectrum Vodka Red, Black, and Orange. I'll keep them in my inventory just so I can keep track of what I have and don't have. I have 2 improved thought kits, augmented toughening. Really, the only one who needs that is me, so... Alright. Let's do Prince of Toss Ball. Grand Colonial front entrance. Oh, there's people losing their shit over here.
Giving me the chuckle. Not gonna let go. I just wanna be your friend. I'm warmed up now.
Oh, I love this baby. Ellie, you take my old Gatler. Cedric and Kanan.
Inspector, glad you're back. Thank you for being so patient with slug activity. I hope you'll forgive the delay. Welcome to the Piraeus spaceport.
Let me check the map real quick. So we've done the Orchard, we've done the main hotel. We've done the Phaeton pilot house. We're gonna do the spaceport, and then I don't know what the fuck this says. Oh, this is the distillery. Because I know this is the wildlife preserve. Okay. We're on track to do what we gotta do. Piraeus Spaceport.
Trouble ahead.
Hey, you! We've been looking for you, and by we, I mean slugs.
Alright.
Been real busy sniffing around Eridanos for clues, haven't you, Inspector? See, slug light underground don't like that much.
He's trying so hard. It's actually kind of sad.
Should have kept your nose where it belonged, Inspector. Slugs sick of all your meddling in their affairs. Our affairs, I mean. We're... Draw, you damn breadworm! Draw!
I'm an inspector, fella. Sticking my nose where it doesn't belong is my job.
Well, you ain't gonna stick that nose anywhere ever again.
You're not really Slug, are you? It's okay. You can tell me.
Woolly piss. Why'd we decide to do this? Hey, any chance we could reschedule? Maybe do this whole showdown business? Never?
Sure, if you tell me exactly who it is I'm never rescheduling with.
Someone paid us to say we was slug and intimidate you. I don't know who, I swear it. They only ever sent notes. That's everything I know, honest. We were only gonna rough you up a little. You gotta believe me. And we're real sorry.
Am I the forgiving kind? Maybe if your change of heart had come earlier, I could have believed it. Hit note. The Marketeer. The Masked Marketeer. Jiminy Cricket. Hello, Constable. I just murdered 4 people outside of your office. Do not mind me. Who are you, Deputy Wine Taster?
Greetings, non-criminally associated individual. The Rizzo's constabulary is currently not closed due to a sprat infestation. Bureaucratic processes are currently suspended. At present, criminal reports do not require paperwork. Please lament only in marked lamentation zones. Please speak clearly into this unit's recording instruments.
I need to acquire the Grand Colonial Kitchen security footage from your archive.
All requests for security footage require a nominal compulsory bribe. Is that acceptable?
Hold still, I need to examine your bit processing unit real quick.
Error. Bit processing unit has been removed, temporarily surpassing bit fee request. Funds will be requested from Rizzo's leadership with interest at a later date. Delivering footage. Thank you for your patronage. If you would like a wine recommendation to pair with that footage, please submit the requisite request forms. Is there any other assistance this unit may provide?
Your designation is Deputy Wine Taster. What are you doing in the constabulary?
Error. Unit designation no longer wine taster. Unit designation now deputy.
Do your wine tasting instruments double as weapons or something?
While potential lethality of unit instrumentation bears towards 95% violent utilization of equipment, would void unit warranty. All
Can't have that.
Constabularies must include at least one deputy constable among the pool of available Rizzo's employee candidates. This unit was considered the most competent.
Sounds about right. You used to be a wine tasting mechanical. What's your favorite wine?
Unit does not have a favorite wine. Unit is incapable of taste.
Alright then.
How may this unit be of service to you?
Did you say something about a sprat infestation?
Checking logs. Error. Informational limitations found. 2. Reciting limitation 1. Do not tell users about constabulary sprat infestation. We do not need to pay the health inspector's bribe. A third time limitation 2. Do not read informational limitations aloud, especially not to any of those void-damned snot-nosed guests, or I'll have you sold for parts.
I'll take my leave of you. I know it's very like classic RPG. Singularity steel sawed-off shotgun. Yeah, it's wild that I can just walk back here and steal all this shit, but I don't know.
Is that Keen?
Timeline discrepancy
No,
detected
Keen.
nearby.
I actually kind of liked you. Holy shit.
An aberration in the expected timeline for this organic being has occurred. Behold, the body of Maria Keen, formerly the constable of the Eridanos Atmospheric Complex. No signs of life detected. Maria Keen is survived by no known relatives.
What killed her?
Multiple puncture wounds detected along the frontal bone and between the clavicle. Furthermore, the location and circumference of exit wounds suggest a firearm with unconventional ammunition.
The Needler. I noticed some... Hold on, that sounds like the same weapon that killed the mascot.
Yes, Inspector. These entry wounds match the profile previously detected on the Rizzo's Rangers mascot. Constable Maria Keen was likely killed by someone wielding the Needler.
And there were some casings on the ground. Ammunition?
These casings are too minuscule for conventional small caliber firearms. Each casing resembles a lancing needle used for medical and surgical purposes.
Medical purposes. Amplifier. Scan her blood for toxins.
High concentration of potassium chloride detected. Trace amounts of neurotoxin detected.
Potassium chloride. That would have stopped her heart.
These substances show the highest concentration near the entry and exit wounds. Cardiac arrest, rather than physical trauma, is the most likely cause of death.
Amplifier, make a note. Find whoever did this and make them pay.
Your memo has been noted. This unit has been programmed to offer encouragement during moments of emotional strain. Banter protocol activated. We'll find the sprat bastards responsible, Inspector.
Damn right we will. Scared the shit out of me. I thought you were the robot. Hefty great goggle face. These don't sell for a ton, so I'm comfortable. Like melting doughs down for parts.
Greetings, criminal. This unit would implore you to confess to your crime of landing with an expired permit. Please explicate your defense into this unit's recording equipment.
My permit wasn't expired, Scrappy. You probably just scanned it wrong.
Error. Unit's permit reading equipment was updated only last week. Please tell a different lie.
Tell a different... You're a mechanical. You ain't got the foggiest idea whether I'm telling the truth or not.
Correct. Criminal. However, Constable Key has decreed that this unit will remain here, questioning you every minute until you submit a confession. Error. Information on recent exchange lost. Restarting conversation. Greetings, criminal. This unit would implore you to confess to your crime of landing with an expired permit.
You know what? My permit was fake after all. Let me out of here.
That was some mighty fine detective work. Spacer, yeah, I'll let you out.
If I made a bet with you at the Copper Bottom last night, let's call it off now. I can't stand the taste of life's brats.
Alright, I'm gonna pop off here for a quick 10-15 minute break, folks. To take my meds. I would advise you all to hydrate, eat, take your meds if you haven't already. We'll be right back. Whoops. A little behind the scenes peek there. Alright, we are good to go. Let's see if we can let Deputy Wine Taster know that the constable is dead.
Back, please.
Constable Keene is dead.
Understood. This unit requires a moment to process this information. Information processed. Personal designation upgraded to acting constable. Thank you. Law-abiding consumer.
I don't know if I would say law about it. Keene was the killer's latest victim. They could strike again. I could use your help finding the killer. Oh gosh.
Error. This unit is incapable of inspection, deduction, unassisted apprehension, or aggressive pursuit.
What about trivial pursuits? Was it you? Did you kill Keene?
This unit has been programmed to adhere to board law. This unit is incapable of experiencing murderous or unlawful impulses.
Well, that's what they all say, isn't it? Alright, well thanks for the talk.
This unit has been programmed to recommend a wine to pair with your grief. Wash away your sorrows with a glass of highly concentrated, partially fermented purple berry wine. Has a body richer than Byzantium's elite, with an earthy aftertaste redolent of mostly oak. Purple berry wine coming soon from Rizzo's.
Erdano's Dry Goods and Sundry. The Harbor Master.
I don't know what to make of Sublight Underground. Or Slug, I guess. I can't shake the feeling they had something to do with Ms. Helen's death.
I got an appointment to be wherever the hell I want to be. Don't mind me.
Allowed up with no appointment, unless you want to chat with some guards.
Unless they want to chat with my gun. Ms. Roan.
Appointment?
Hello, I need to speak with Cedric.
Yeah, that's why you're here. Appointment?
Oh, is he the Harbor Master? Well, no, but I'd like to see Cedric regardless.
No appointment? No talking to Mr. Kincannon.
Can I make an appointment for right now?
Not entirely out of the question. Convince me.
I'm the inspector. The inspector is here to see Cedric. There will be no other outcome.
Inspector, you said? Well, maybe he'll appreciate your blunt charms. Maybe not. We'll see what he has to say. Mr. Kincannon, got an inspector here demanding to see you. Want me to call the guards?
No, thank you, Eileen. I've been expecting her. Send her up, please.
Let me pull out the minigun so he knows I mean business. Bro, why is your office so gaudy? Could you not? Alright, let's talk, Cedric. Ooh.
Timeline discrepancy detected. Nearby. A cursory fingerprint analysis shows this display case was recently opened or closed.
That gun on the bottom looks special. Has it been customized?
Confirmed. The grip has been modified for a specific wielder, most likely the rifle's owner. Additionally, the plasma rifle sights appear to have been realigned to better accommodate a shooter with slight myopia in one eye.
Analyze the fingertips
The
further.
fingerprints belong to Cedric Kincannon.
As I expected. Not that someone couldn't have access to cabinet using gloves, you consider, but the simplest solution is often the right one. Conclude examinations.
Admiring my rifle. Had it custom fitted by a woman on Monarch.
Let's talk shop.
Ah, Inspector. Eileen is my right-hand woman and the finest assistant to ever grace this office. She is also tremendously skilled in causing physical harm. I recommend you do not insult her with any further attempts at intimidation. Now then, here for my alibi, I assume?
Indeed. Later. First, I want an explanation for that nonsense outside.
Another murder? Drunk Raptidons? Black Hole Birdie practicing his hacking in the middle of the street? Stop me if it's one of those, or I'll just keep guessing.
I had a run-in with some slug agents.
Sounds as though you've already sorted it out yourself.
How did thugs get their hands on slug gear? Why don't you humor me and explain it?
In short, Slug has not sent anyone to rough you up, Inspector. That would be acting against our own self-interest. Now ask yourself this. Why would anyone give thugs slug gear and send them after you?
Clearly, whoever's behind this wants to pit me against Slug.
Right again, Inspector. But I can't fathom who would benefit from tarnishing my reputation like that. Can you?
Presumably Ludovico more than anyone, given your work relationship.
You said it, not me. So, as you've deduced, I did not send anyone from Slug after you, nor is it likely they assigned themselves that task. Still, I am sorry for the trouble, Inspector. With that settled, I assume you'll want to know where I was the night of Helen's murder.
Let's hear it.
Let's see. That night, I was... torturing Elliot Nasser for information on missing cargo. That was a messy one. Didn't break until nearly noon the next day. Can you imagine?
And where would I find Elliot Nasser to verify that?
An excellent question. I had his body dropped off the edge of the land complex. I'm not sure what happened to it from there, scientifically speaking. Maybe it dissolved? Ultimately, though, it doesn't matter. You'd be a fool to believe me, regardless of what I told you. People lie, and I am, incriminatingly, people.
I didn't come for the philosophism. So your alibi is that you were busy murdering someone else. I mean, that's a solid alibi. Wow, you're a real piece of shit. Come on, Cedric. I'm trying to clear you of murder here.
And I appreciate that, Inspector. The fact of the matter is, I know I didn't kill Helen, and I trust you fully and completely to find whoever did. If it helps, however, you might consider pursuing not my means, but my motive. Why in the name of the architect would I kill Halcyon Helen? She was making me a fortune.
So Helen's death is a net loss for Slug.
I'm considering a line of commemorative merchandise. Still, that's nothing compared to what Helen would have made us in the long run. I'd offer to assist you in your work, but I have a mystery of my own to solve, I'm afraid.
I take it the guy you tortured wasn't the source of your missing cargo, then?
Oh, Elliot stole from me, all right. Alas, you're right in that his was a singular, isolated incident, and as such, does not resolve a concerning broader trend. Items are disappearing from Slug's storage and processing warehouse. The thefts began a week before Helen's unfortunate death, and there have been more instances since. Before you ask, I know the difference between cargo going missing and cargo going missing. This is the latter.
What's the connection to Helen's murder?
I'm not sure. I'm only confident there is one. That the thefts began mere days before Helen's untimely demise is an extraordinary coincidence. I'm not a man who believes in happenstance, Inspector. I do not trust it.
I do like that I am Inspector on Eridanos and Captain everywhere else. I guess I can't guarantee that the theft isn't related to the murder.
I certainly wouldn't take that bet. Regardless, this will be fun. You out in the field, chasing down leads. Me, scheming in my office, preparing to unspeakably mangle the perpetrator.
I like to commit my own horrific bodily harm. Thanks.
Oh, I never subcontract out that type of work, Inspector. You'll want to speak with Ella Tinsley, the warehouse foreman. I've cleared her as a suspect myself, but should she refuse to cooperate, shoot her. No, I'm joking. If she won't cooperate, tell me and I will shoot her.
You're not funny.
And
Stop
feel
trying.
free to search my office for clues while you're here. Don't hold back on my account.
Before I get started,
Was there something else you wanted to discuss?
the constable is dead.
Constable Keene? Now that is a damn shame. Am I right to think this wasn't a workplace accident?
This was murder, alright.
It seems murder is becoming an unsettling trend on Eridanos as of late. Thank you for informing me of Constable Keene's passing. When you find her killer, please be certain to make them suffer.
You're actually upset about this.
We may have been on opposite sides of the law on occasion, but we were not enemies. Perhaps it will shock you to hear her loss saddens me. Maria was a decent soul, and law knows those are in short supply around here. A little square, perhaps, in her dedication to the rules, but good nonetheless. I'm also saddened to have lost an occasional drinking buddy. She was quite good at cards, you know.
I'll take your word for it. I didn't have the pleasure myself. I'm sorry, Constable Keene. She didn't deserve this. I liked Maria.
She didn't. But let's discuss something else. Do you have other matters requiring my attention?
Why does Ludovico hate you so much anyway?
The original incident? I made him an offer he should have refused.
Did you put a severed Raptidon head in his bed?
What? No. Law, no. Why in the architect's name would you think that? Our combative relationship stems from paperwork, mundanely enough. Rizzo's contracted Sublight to construct the Eridanos atmospheric complex. Had Lou wanted Rizzo's to retain full control of Eridanos, he shouldn't have skimmed the revised contract I sent him.
Ah.
Lou's an administrator, for law's sake. I thought he would adore all the fine print I added.
Should have read the fine print. How fine of print are we talking? Anyone who misses a trap that obvious isn't fit for management.
Frankly, I went easy on him. He has no one to blame but himself. It was all perfectly legal, too, which irked Lou to no end. My power grab, as Lou called it, planted the seed of hatred. And Lou, obsessed with what should have been, has made sure to water it daily with his bitterness and anger.
Nurturing a grudge is an ugly thing. You should make peace with him.
Alas, I can't. I am, first and foremost, the head of Slug, and it simply wouldn't be good for business. Slug's control of Eridanos is a crucial step in my long-term plans for Sublight. The board needs to see irrefutable proof we are a respectable, legitimate business.
Oh, baby boy. No, why do you care what the board thinks?
Because one day soon, Sublight will obtain a seat on it. Meanwhile, our dear administrator is still laser-focused on old slights, which can be a nuisance. He's grown increasingly desperate to catch Slug with our hand in the proverbial cookie jar as of late, convinced we're involved in less than legal business opportunities.
Which, of course you are.
I wish I could wink, but it always looks like I have something caught in my eye.
I have more questions about Helen.
Very well.
Did you have many dealings with Helen?
A few. Helen was strangely curious about the private business operations around Eridanos. She said it was role research, but how much business know-how does one actor truly need for an action picture? I also arranged to have Helen supplied with mag picks, bypass shunts, and other hacking tools. She wanted to buy in bulk.
Why did you help her?
Because she paid me to, Inspector.
Foolish question on my part.
Helen was enjoyable company. She was confident, resourceful, determined, not unlike you, now that I consider it.
If you didn't kill her, any idea who would want her dead?
That is the question, isn't it, Inspector? Tell me, Do you really believe Helen's death was a mere crime of passion? Or one of petty career jealousy?
I'm not willing to rule anything out yet.
A smart approach, Inspector. And yet, this murder is bigger than Miss Helen's personal life. Bigger than her latest moving picture.
You think she had a powerful enemy.
Indeed. I suspect Helen arrived on Eridanos with grander plans than promoting Spectrum Brown. I knew I was right about you being clever, Inspector. I'm glad. Because whoever did kill Helen is not going to come forward so easily.
You know more than you're telling me.
I might. I just might. Your point, Inspector?
You're getting away with less than you think.
Now that is interesting. I suppose we'll see, won't we?
Indeed we
Be very
shall.
careful, Inspector. I'd very much like to see you still around for the grand finale. Whenever it comes. Whatever shape it takes. One moment, if you please, Inspector. I've answered your questions. I believe it's my turn to ask you a question now. What, or who, made you decide to investigate me?
You're one of Eridanos' major players. It only makes sense.
Understandable. A man of my standing would naturally be tied up in all this, whether he wishes to be or not. Now then, did you need anything else?
No, I'm good. Got my eye on you, receptionist.
Reminds me of Moreau's. Just a bit.
It shouldn't. This is a legitimate place. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, Parvati. But heck, Edgewater. Joseph Dempsey.
Hello. Welcome to Eridanos Dry Goods and Sundry, the most standard and unremarkable general store this side of Halcyon. I'm marketeer Joseph Dempsey, here to make your shopping experience as pleasant and normal as possible.
You said your title was Marketeer, right? Ever refer to yourself as just Marketeer?
Oh, I see you've read some of my poems. Very clever, Inspector. Yes, my pen name is the Marketeer, though I also use it in certain business dealings. Wait a moment. Why do you ask?
Show him the hit note.
Hey now, hey. Let's all be reasonable here. I'm just a middleman. None of this was my idea.
Then whose idea was it?
Ultimately, jobs requiring discretion arrive here from the hotel. Always anonymous and always lucrative. For a sizable cut, I set these jobs up and asked no questions. Somebody sent me a note telling me they wanted you dead. I don't know who, and I don't know why. I swear.
You were hired by anonymous note to hire someone else by anonymous note.
Yeah, of course. It's called a paper trail. Give me a little credit. I'm a professional. I've got to have some standards.
You're either twisting my arm or you're an idiot. I don't know what to make of you.
I understand your distrust, but look at me in my place of business. What would I stand to gain from destroying you, versus how much I stand to lose if discovered? You're welcome to remain suspicious, but in the meantime, you're completely welcome to browse my wares at your leisure. No surcharge. Again, terribly sorry. Welcome back. The Eridanos Dry Goods and Sundry is just as standard and unremarkable as when you left it.
Standard and unremarkable, you said? Maybe you should invest in an advertising seminar.
Hey, folks take a lot of comfort in knowing their neighborhood general store is unchanging, eternal, like the land beneath their feet or the air in their lungs. Whoops. Forgot I ain't supposed to poeticize on work time. The drab nature of our store profits is what I meant. Now, can I sell you anything?
Let's see what you got. I need another yellow Spectrum vodka.
Hey, you. I got something I need to speak with you about. Hey, could I talk to you for a second?
Hit me.
Hey there. Word around the spaceport is that you came in on the Unreliable. You a new crewmate?
I'm Victoria. Sorry to tell you, but Hawthorne's dead. The ship was left to me.
I see. Well, this would have been easier with Hawthorne, but I hope that if you're flying his ship, it means you're a freelancer too. Wonder if you can help me.
I'm listening.
I run an outfit for the moving of less than legal goods. There's a particular piece of cargo needs delivering to a particular individual in the spaceport. Thing is, I don't know where the cargo is right now. The crewmate who handles that is in the clink for getting a little too disorderly in town. We've already attracted too much attention. Too risky to visit her myself. That's where you come in. You help us out, I'll give you an equal cut of our pay.
I'm in. What do you need me to do?
Great to hear. First, you need to go meet the crewmate who got herself jailed. Cassidy Mills is the name. She'll know where the cargo is.
How will she know I'm working with you?
Oh, yeah, right. We have a secret phrase. I like boneless spratwurst. Say that and she'll know you're a friend.
Interesting passphrase. Who came up with it?
Well, I did, of course. I'm something of a savant when it comes to secret codes, if I do say so myself.
You're certainly a something. Couldn't you have avoided this if both of you knew where the cargo was?
Could, but there'd go our plausible deniability. Technically, I don't know about any smuggled cargo, and Cassidy hasn't moved anything herself. If the constable asks, I can't find any contraband cargo, and Cassidy doesn't know how it got here or what's in it.
Sounds good. I'll get going.
Remember, Cassidy's at the constabulary. She might be a little wary, so be careful.
Ernest.
Haven't seen you around before, but that ain't no problem. All are welcome at the Copper Bottom Cantina, so long as their bits are good, huh? Can I get you something?
How's a fellow like you end up bartending?
Yeah, so you notice that I'm a little off kilter, huh? Damn if it ain't been a while. I'm too old to run around anymore, but in my heyday, I used to play for the Rangers.
Ah, yes, the classic career path, tossball player to bartender. What position did you play?
Position? I don't know. Got hit in the melon a lot, so I ain't the best in the memory department. Actually happened so often it became a specialty of mine.
Getting hit with the ball was a specialty?
Yep. Ernest the Bean Padilla, they called me. At least I think that's what they called me. League leader in hit by serves 2 years in a row. Folks started competing to see how many times they could hit me in a match. Called it quits not long after that. Ain't safe to take that many blows to the head.
I see, so you moved to Redanos after your playing days ended.
I came out to coach the Rangers during training camp, but after a while I had trouble remembering which player was which. Slug lets me bartend instead of recommending me for early retirement, for which I'm most grateful. I'd hate lying around like a deadbeat.
Sounds like you've enjoyed your careers. Don't see a lot of that on Halcyon.
Absolutely. I know things can get rough, but I've had a more decent life than I've had any right to. Thanks for reliving the old days with me. Anyhow, I think I've talked plenty now. Is there something I can get you?
Anything interesting happen around here?
Nah. No, but some folks have been saying there was some kind of fight between a mechanical and some spacers last night.
I didn't see it myself, and seems far-fetched. Deputy Wine Taster ain't exactly prone to wandering, nor are most other mechanicals that I'm aware of. There's a new void Dan burn on my nice clean floor, but I think it's the doing of one of my customers.
Buy a bunk, huh?
Somebody threw a rager in here. Hot damn. Or at least the person here was clean. Sublate storage and processing.
Here they come!
I fucked up there.
Haven't seen. Can I? Yep.
All right. I'll just skip to this.
Yeah, folks. I can't. There's a new.
Buy a bunk.
Let me go through all the buy a bunks, I guess.
Hey, pal. Over here.
Auric Quest. What's your deal, friend?
You're looking to unwind, friend? Maybe you're on your way to the bar for a good time? Maybe you're interested in something a little better than beer or Adreno? Something with a little more kick?
What are you selling?
The name's Auric. I deal in, shall we say, holistic pharmaceuticals, natural substances and the like. You know, alternative stuff. I know. Ooh, it came out of the ground. That's where worms live. I get it. I do. Why go for that homegrown shit when you could be pumping your body full of effort accelerators? Says it right on the Auntie Cleo's box. Better than nature, right? Well, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, pal. Those pharmaceuticals the corporations manufacture, not all of them are as good for you as the board wants you to believe.
Yeah, I've noticed as much.
Alternatives. That's the way to go, pal. Trust me. No matter what ails you, I got what you need.
What kind of alternatives do you sell?
What do I sell? I've got premium shit, my friend. Vitamins like you wouldn't believe. Calcium, vitamin D, reverse vitamin D. I got everything, my friend. You got stress problems? I got stress solutions. Aromatherapy eases the mind. Diluted mantisaur essence. Best kept secret in the business.
It's probably just ground up fast ration pills. Or it's the real thing, which is an incredibly dangerous hallucinogen that tastes disgusting.
And if you're a real freak, techniques to calm yourself by fooling your own mind. If they can tame the rage of a certain well-known tossball star, they can help anybody.
Slug Worker Identity cartridge. So yeah, they're definitely just extorting the shit out of people, as one would expect from these folks. Benton Chan. Oh, Benton.
Nice going. You got nimble fingers, Captain.
What's good, Benton Chan?
You one of the new workers? A lost tourist? Wait, I don't care. Just don't knock anything over.
No promises. Got a couple questions for you.
Hey, if it meant I could ignore my work, I'd let you talk to me about sprat reproductive practices. Ask away.
How do you manage the shipping yard?
This terminal makes it pretty easy to match a ship's cargo to its manifest. If it ain't on the terminal, then it's someone else's problem.
What's so bad about managing a bunch of cargo?
Nothing. I just hate working.
I respect that.
Figured it wouldn't last. Anything else?
Nah, that's it. You go have fun. Get out of here so I can hack that computer. Go on. Get. Or don't get and let me snoop.
Real slick.
Okay. Now that I've robbed these people blind. Ooh, no, I gotta watch those slightly ableist euphemisms. My apologies. Now that I've robbed them. These are just latrines. Alright, this takes care of most of that, except for the spots around here. Let me save, in case I hiccup again. Alright, doesn't seem to be anything of interest there. Sublight freight storage and processing. There's a hypershock cannon. Alright, I guess we can check this building back there, and then we'll just address the rest of the spaceport issues. Let's play it safer than we've been playing it. Alright, let's go talk to Bertie Holcomb. I imagine no relation to Parvati Holcomb.
Taking a break? Don't let the boss catch you.
Wouldn't dream of it. Transition to sublight freight storage and processing. Oh, interesting.
That was way more fun than using the front door.
Hack terminal incoming. outgoing. Hello, Ella.
You're that inspector. Who else would bother sneaking in through the back entrance? Very subtle, very smooth.
Thank you. I am smooth.
Boss Kincannon said you'd be coming to investigate the inventory thefts. And here you are. Gosh, this is so neat. A real-life inspector. What's that like? Have you solved any mysteries yet? Ever had to shoot a suspect?
Yes. I call it closing a case, and it's the best part of my job.
Case. Just like a real inspector.
I am a real inspector, Ella.
Right, so the missing cargo. How can I help your investigation?
What's the culprit been stealing?
That's the weird part. There's no pattern, far as I can tell. The thefts don't make sense. I ask you, who would steal a handful of Spacer's Choice Sabers, so dull they can barely cut mud, but leave the spectrum black? Ugh. Who'd be desperate enough to want to steal a Spacer's Choice Saber, full stop?
The criminal mind is strange and unknowable.
Usually it's just after money. Or mine is, anyway.
Then there's the most recent theft. 5 boxes of pens and a couple of sodas. I can't decide which one's sadder.
I see what you mean about there not being a pattern.
Well, I'm no inspector. If there is one, I'm sure you'll find it.
Who has access to the cargo?
Everyone here at Freight Storage and Processing, for a start. Thing is, the cargo is going missing before the shipments even get to the warehouse. Best I can figure, it's probably getting lost in the shipping yard. As for who has access there, Benton Chan, he's the shipping yard manager. He told me it's mainly just the loading automechs that handle cargo.
Could Ben have anything to do with it?
Nah, Benton's too lazy for crime. The extra work would kill him. Last time I asked him to check the automechs, the whole head told me he couldn't help because he was dead.
Thanks for the heads up.
It won't bother him any if you have a look yourself, though. Hopefully, you're mechanically inclined. Oh, before I forget, I figured you might want to access my terminal, so I had a spare keycard made. It's all yours.
Anything on there I should know about?
Oh no, I forgot to delete all of those incriminating messages I sent about which cargo to steal. Nah, I do have a list of cargo that's gone missing, though, if that helps any.
I like you. Thank you, Ella. Yeah, nothing sus going on around here. Let me take a look at your factory floor to be sure, but I really don't foresee any issues.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
A clue.
The biology of this sprat is highly unusual. This sprat has been in contact with multiple parasites, yet shows no symptoms of infection.
Sprats do have highly adaptive immune systems.
An excellent point, Inspector. The unique immunological subsystem found in sprats is advantageous in fending off parasites, pathogens, and other biological threats.
Why is the sprat so big?
A cursory analysis of this organism's anatomy suggests it was bred deliberately for its unusually large size.
What would anyone want an unusually large sprat for?
Based on slug records of board-issued punitive sanctions against sublight salvage and shipping, this sprat is most likely intended for cage fighting.
Is fight night still on then?
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm not sure how you got in, but you can't be here. Since we're in lockdown, this area is off limits. Oh, wait half a second. You're the inspector, aren't you? Sorry, you can have a look around. Let us know if you need anything or have questions. Or, you know what? Let Ellie know. She's likely to know the answers.
Open lobby door. Nah, I already have a slug worker identity cartridge. No need to rile them up by trying to steal a second one that I don't need. Riot controlled helmet gold. Transition to the spaceport.
If I were the killer, I'd hide the body in one of those crates. No one would find it for years.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. This copy of TK contains 142 fewer pages than a standard copy. The missing pages were likely removed to create sufficient space for the hidden listening device inside.
Short-range transmission capabilities. The receiver must be somewhere nearby.
You figured that out just by looking at it? Huh. We ought to talk shop one of these days.
Inspector, please consider speaking into the device in order to trace the transmission and reveal the receiver's location. Poor woolly cow impression transmitted. Transmission analysis complete. While the precise location of the receiver could not be pinpointed, it has been narrowed down to a smaller, approximate range.
How long has this been here?
Analysis inconclusive. However, there is a minor accumulation of dust particles present on the book's uppermost surface. The area within a 0.5 meter radius of the book possesses a dust coating comprised of at least twice the number of particles.
It's not very dusty then. Must have been placed fairly recently.
That is highly likely, Inspector.
What's that you found? No, wait, don't tell me. Let's save it for the big reveal once you've solved the case.
Bertie Holcomb.
What do you want?
You know what I want. You're black hole Bertie, right? Need to ask you a few questions, Mr. Holcomb.
Not so loud. How'd you know it was me?
I'm an inspector and a damn good one.
Yeah, that makes sense. You must be a good one to sniff me out. I'm in no mood to sign autographs, and I hate disappointing fans. So I'm lying low. You know, incompleto.
Incognito.
Oh, yeah, I guess it's kinda neato.
God damn it.
Oh, what's it matter? Helen's gone. She's gone and nothing I do will bring her back. I've been trying to find who did this. That's what she would do. Track down the killer and bring them to justice. But I'm stumped. And not very clever. Being bright was always Helen's thing.
Maybe I can help. I was hired to solve Helen's murder.
Oh, so you're the inspector. Hope you have more luck figuring things out than me. You probably want to ask me some questions, huh? I'm sure you're asking everybody questions, so you can find Helen's killer.
That's the idea.
So, how do I help?
What were you doing the night Helen died?
I was getting blotto with the rest of the Rangers.
What?
You know, soaked, muddled, preserved.
I think he means drunk.
The team noticed I was in a bad way when I got back to the hotel. When I told them Helen and I were Splitsville, they wanted to cheer me up. We were up the pole afore evening. The hotel staff said we was bothering the other guests on account of all the crying and yelling and practice body tackling. Zeke said we should move elsewhere, get some air.
Probably a good call. Where'd you go?
We ended up at the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. I think somebody wanted to pet a woolly cow. There was this one cow off away from the others. Zeke figured it'd be a laugh to get her drunk. One thing led to another, and I think we might have maybe, you know, stolen her.
So the woolly cow on the VIP floor was your doing.
Oh, wow. That's real clever of you to figure out. Helen would have liked you, I'd wager. Say, is the cow okay?
She's probably fine.
That's good. I hope she doesn't have a hangover or nothing. My memory's a little muddled after that. I guess me and the team got split up, because I know I was on my own at the pilot house for a time.
Could anyone from the pilot house back that up?
I reckon not. See, I went to the weather station. I was looking for where Helen stashed her data pad for safekeeping, right? She'd asked me to get it, mind. I wasn't stealing. I'm no thief.
And did you find it?
Sure did. Only there was a guard out there who found me. She started yelling about how I was trespassing and in serious trouble. Thing is, it was real dark out there. So dark, she couldn't tell who I was.
What'd you do?
Long story short, I got out of there. Ran like the Rangers were down by 3, and I just bronzed the toss ball in the Friday zone.
Well, I know you weren't sprinting for the Sunday zone, so where'd you go?
I didn't know where I was going, but my legs took me straight to my friend's... to my... fridge-orator.
Don't you lie to me, Birdie. Birdie, come on, man. Who was it?
I don't want to tell you. I'll get in trouble.
Not having a witness puts you in much bigger trouble. What do you think, Pravati? Up for a little good inspector, bad inspector? If you don't want to talk to good inspector, maybe bad inspector will change your mind. Yeah, not having a witness puts you in much bigger trouble.
Look, I talked to Oric, okay? Oric West. Hangs out around the spaceport. He's the one who taught me the breathing exercises I use to calm down.
You mean the alternative medicine dealer, that Oric?
Yep, that's the one. So now you have the whole story. After I talked to Oric, I went back to the hotel. Woke up the next morning with Helen's data pad in my hand and the hangover to end all hangovers. Don't know if I'll ever drink again.
Any advice for next time, Ellie?
A shot of Spectrum mixed in a Gigantor energy drink first thing in the morning. Works like a charm.
I think that probably counts as drinking, but thanks, ma'am.
He's a good lad.
Anyway, you ought to take Helen's data pad. Maybe you'll have better luck understanding her notes. Either she was writing in code or I'm dumber than a bag of hammers. I tried for hours to crack her notes, but it's like I said. Being bright was Helen's thing.
Thanks. I'll take a look at them.
Okay. And listen, I want to help you find her killer, Inspector. I knew Helen better than anybody. And it'd be handy to have a guy like me around, in case anybody gives you trouble.
Sorry, Birdie. It's better if you're not involved.
I get it. I'll head back to the Grand Colonial then. Unless you need me for anything else?
I have a few more questions.
What do you want to know?
What's it like being a famous tossball player?
Tossball was, is, and always will be the greatest game in the universe. And I would give it up in a heartbeat to have Helen back.
Damn. About Oric West.
Yeah?
What's his deal?
Oric's a businessman. He sells stuff you can't get elsewhere. You know, alternative stuff. We're talking sort of science, crockery, whole supplements.
I see. And why would somebody buy a whole supplements?
Maybe putting effort accelerators in your body isn't always the right call, you know? Maybe there are other options. Maybe I don't take all the accelerators Rizzo's pushes on me.
Maybe I should forget that last one so you don't get in trouble with Rizzo's. I get it. You want to keep your fringe medical opinions down low.
Oh, yeah. I'd appreciate that. Yeah?
Where can I find him?
Oric hangs around the spaceport most days. Since he's not here at the bar, he's most likely over by the buy-a-bunks at the shipping yard.
About Helen.
What about her?
What was your relationship with her like?
Look, you and me, we both know I'm a big, dumb tossball star, right? That's what I'm good at. Rizzo's knows it. The fans know it. Helen, she saw me as more than that. She saw someone who had more to offer than big muscles and a signature black hole stomp. Being with Helen was magic. She was magic. There ain't good enough words for something as special as what we had together.
Why did you break up?
I wish I knew. Must have been something I did. At the picnic, Helen just kept saying she didn't want to drag me into her world. Maybe one of the higher-ups in motion pictures was giving her trouble over us? I don't know. I tried to understand, but I don't.
Did she have any enemies?
Rival actresses, maybe? I don't know too much about the motion picture industry. Except for Helen's pictures, obviously. Those I probably know by heart. Seen them about 100 times each. What do you want to know?
That's it for now. Aw, he's a good himbo. Don't worry, Birdie. I'll get to the bottom of this for you and Helen both. Oric West.
What can I do you for?
Need you to confirm an alibi.
Wait, you ain't a sheriff, right? You gotta tell me if you're a sheriff.
I'm a freelance inspector brought in to investigate the death of Helen Halcyon.
I'll be honest, I don't really know where that puts us.
I'm not here to bring you any trouble, I just want to talk.
Alright, fine. Yeah, I know Birdie. So what?
Confirm that alibi. Heard you taught Birdie some breathing techniques.
Yeah, that was me. Birdie's got a temper, but he's not a bad kid, you know? He's trying to work on it.
How do you know Birdie?
He may or may not buy alternatives from me from time to time. A little diluted mantis or essence here, a little vitamin B negative there.
What for?
He's stressed out of his mind, the poor guy. Everyone knows his name. Can't turn around without having to sign an autograph. Then you throw in playing tossball for a living. Violence like that, it does things to a body. It does things to the head.
What do you mean tossball does things to the head?
Come on. Birdie's a damn good hacker. But taking that many blows to the noggin would scramble anyone's upstairs business. I know it's knocked a few of his memories loose. I worry about him, that's all. He's a good kid. Got a good heart.
Damn right he does. Was Birdie with you the night Halcyon Helen was killed?
Yeah. Damn shame about that. Birdie thought the world of Helen, you know. He showed up drunk at my place wanting to talk about the breakup. Helen dumped him, he said. Boy, was he in a bad way. I'd never seen him like that before. We talked for a while, and when he felt better, I sent him back to the hotel. Told him to drink more water and get some sleep.
Alright, thank you for confirming that. Damn. These are the most wholesome boys in Eridanos. Alright, Prince of Tossball. Lord of Blight.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Transmission endpoint discovered. The receiver in this book matches the transmitter to the listening device found in Cedric's office. It's somewhat grime-covered.
Any clues as to who put it there?
Due to the high level of foot traffic in this area, able to determine who placed the device.
Ew, how long has this been on the ground?
Based on the accumulated mix of sludge and detritus, the receiver has been present since approximately a week before Helen's death.
Take the receiver.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Inspector, this loading automechanical's programming does not match factory default settings. The standard defensive protocol has been modified to include an additional trigger.
Define standard defensive protocol.
For Type K-19 cargo transport automechanicals, defensive protocol is triggered by attempted interference with cargo, or its transportation, or attempted destruction of the unit. Once triggered, defensive protocol targets the perpetrator and applies lethal force until the target has been deceased for a minimum of 3 minutes.
Talk about overkill. Identify the new trigger.
There is a directive in place to initiate defensive protocol should an unsanctioned data log installed in this automechanical be removed.
Scan for signs of unusual behavior.
Slug automechanical maintenance records indicate this particular unit is frequently reported as out of position or missing for periods of time.
Let's have a look inside this automech.
Loading automechanical unit K-14 is fully operational at 99% power. Please designate the cargo to be transported and its destination. How can this automechanical assist you?
Unlock the automech's access panel.
Access panel is open. Please be sure to close the access panel when you are done.
Disable the failsafe.
Failsafe successfully disabled. Kill mode deactivated.
View the most recently added data log.
Ejecting data log 17C.
View the most recently added data log. Looks like this automech has instructions to skim random cargo every 1 to 4 days. There's also an instruction to steal a specific package. Shipment 6875, curious. What was in shipment 6875?
Apologies. This unit does not have access to cargo inventory lists.
Conclude investigation.
Unit entering standby mode. Have a nice day.
Yo, are you still in here? Alright, let's go back to Cedric. And then we can do our little freelance shipment mission. And we will be done with the spaceport. Who the fuck just shushed me? I mean, when in Rome, right? Cedric, we must have words.
Inspector, to what do I owe the pleasure?
I've solved your cargo skimming issue.
Ooh, I love this part. The big reveal. So tell me, what happened?
You've got a serious security program. You've got a serious security problem.
What makes you say that?
Somebody bypassed the loading mech security systems and rewired them to skim random goods.
Damn, you're good. Hacking the Automex. So that was our skimmer's game. But why? Everything that was stolen has seemed random. I certainly see no pattern.
The culprit didn't want you to. It was a cover-up.
A cover-up. I see. The random theft was a smokescreen to hide what the culprit really wanted. I must say, Inspector, you've done excellent work on this case. Then that just leaves how the culprit knew where their true target would be, or indeed, that slug would soon possess it.
Dramatically slammed the receiver down on the desk.
You've quite a flair for the dramatic, Inspector. Am I right to think what you found in my office earlier was the other half of this listening device?
Sure was, and whoever this device belongs to, that's our culprit.
Not quite, Inspector. That listening device belongs to me. I lent it to Halcyon Helen to assist her with role research.
And she used it to research slug shipments instead. I get it, she died before she could deactivate the mech she hacked.
That, or she never intended it to stop. Impossible to know now. Unbelievable. I helped her. Gave her whatever she needed. I thought we were doing each other a good turn.
I doubt it was personal.
This is a betrayal, Inspector. I do not take betrayal lightly. Helen should consider herself very lucky indeed that she is already among the dead, and that some other bastard beat me to putting her in the ground.
It seems we found your motive, Cedric. Dangerous talk for a man under investigation for Helen's murder.
Halcyon Helen is already dead. If I'd known Helen was stealing from me, I may very well have killed her, or had her killed. Alas, I did not.
I suppose not.
Again, I appreciate your assistance with this matter, and with the larger mystery at hand. I wish you luck with your investigation, though I doubt you'll need it. You'll find Helen's murderer. I'm confident of that.
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
If you'll excuse me, I must find a way to excise my anger that minimally damages my business empire. I expect it will involve shooting quite a lot of guns.
You have fun. Alright, the two rogues speak to Cassidy.
Don't think I know you. What do you want?
I like boneless bratwurst.
Yep, that sure is the passphrase, even if it is dumb as hell. What's Dash's plan?
I'm your mark for item retrieval. Tell me what you know and where I'm going.
You're looking for cargo from our ship, the Rat King. Small package, wrapped in brown paper. It got moved to the shipping yard, but I'm not completely sure where.
Small package brown paper? I already have something like that. This it?
It is! Never heard of a freelancer getting a package before it's even asked for. You wouldn't also happen to have the key to my cell, would you? Huh, figured that would be too convenient. Anyway, next step is bringing that package to Joseph Dempsey. He runs the Eridanos Dry Goods and Sundry.
One delivery coming up. What'd you do to get arrested anyway?
This is gonna sound a little stupid, but I got a thing about mechanicals. Don't like the way they move or the sounds they make. Gives me the creeps. I was drinking with Dash in the cantina when a funny-looking one trotted up beside us. Seemed like it was some kind of monster, so I started yelling, banging on it. Don't know what happened next, but I think it involved another mechanical. I passed right out then, and when I woke back up, I was here. Not the most graceful thing I've ever done.
I've got the cargo. What's next?
No complications? Grand. The recipient is Joseph Dempsey. He runs the Eridanos Dry Goods and Sundry.
One delivery coming up. Alright, persuade is maxed. Lie is as high as it needs to be. Lock, pick, and hack. Medical and science are where they need to be. Engineering. Engineering could go a little higher. Alright, let's do this, because then if I ever need to actually hit 150, I just have to put on my my safecracker outfit. You tried to have me killed, but here I am doing you a favor.
Welcome back. The Eridanos Dry Goods and Sundry is just as standard and unremarkable as when you left it.
I've got a shipment of something for you.
A shipment, you say? The only shipment I'm expecting is 100 pounds of salt tuna a week from now. And I certainly don't expect it to be brought by an inspector.
Always expect the unexpected. I like boneless bratwurst.
Is that supposed to be some kind of code phrase? It has no nuance, no subtlety. Sticks out like a bent nail. A constable could detect that from the other side of Eridanos.
Listen, I didn't come up with it.
I learn about secret codes in my off time. For fun. It's never anything that I actually need to use, mind.
Drop the act. You already know I'm here. What you want to know is what I've brought.
Playing dumb didn't dissuade you, huh? You're pretty sharp. And correct. Follow me to the back.
Oh, I guess it was you that I stole the shit from.
Alright. So, as you can see, this actually ain't the most standard and unremarkable general store this side of Halcyon. Welcome to my black market. Whatever you're here for, weapons, information, contraband, cane and ointment, I've got it. Sorry for the frosty reception. Had to make sure you weren't with the constable. But seeing how you're a freelancer, I hope I ain't got nothing to worry about.
You won't. I can be trusted. Nice place that you got here. Can I peruse your wares?
Regular wares? Sure. Currently waiting on my next black market shipment, so come back in a bit if you want to see those. Let me take that package off your hands, whatever the case. Here's your pay. Good doing business with you, especially seeing how you didn't take this to the constable. Would have been a mighty pain in my tail end.
Since I went through all the work to bring it to you, can I see what's in the box?
See? No. But I might tell you what's in it, so long as it's nothing proprietary, volatile, or breathing. Let's have a little look. Contraband weapon parts, a few chemicals for the crafting of high explosives. All fairly standard. Oh, and a canister of trimethyl sulfoxide. Where dimethyl sulfoxide is good at keeping folks in stasis, trimethyl sulfoxide is nice for helping refrigerators run. Useful stuff.
Let me have a look at your stock. Let me buy the Onslaught from you. And let me sell you back all the stuff of yours that I pilfered. Advanced defensive helmet. Oh, wow. That is a bananas helmet. How does that platinum armor stack with my... Oh, wow, that's even better than my reconstructed heavy or anything like that. Elite troop armor, platinum. Alright, well, I got plenty of stuff to stash in the unreliable now.
Hope the job's coming along well. No sign of the constable, which really makes me more nervous.
The constable's dead. One package of questionable goods delivered and signed for.
Excellent. Let's divvy up the payment 3 ways and we can consider this matter settled.
Yeah.
Thank the law. Should be just enough to get Cass out of her damn cell. I guess breaking even is better than leaving with your partner in the clink. You might not be Hawthorne, but you can sure resolve a problem like he could. Maybe better. Thanks again for all your help.
Happy to be of assistance. Alright, Lord of Blight. Speak to Bellhop Owens. Where is he? Alright, let's fast travel to the Unreliable and then we can report to Ludovico. Oh, I guess I sold a revamped pyro helmet. Whoops. Vicar Max. Here. Nyoka. Here, take that. Vicar Max, you can take a hyper cannon. Sam.
Notice how our crew's a lot like that crime family from the Masked Marketeer?
Oh, which one's the captain?
You know the head of the family? Never shows up on screen, but everybody's scared of him? That's the boss.
And everyone's got different theories about what they're really up to? I can see that. And what about me?
A scion of Byzantium turned to banditry? You've got to be the Masked Marketeer.
I bet you really appreciated hearing that. Alright, Pile Driver Thunderclap. You know what? Maybe I should give that to Parvati. And then who gets Hammer of Olympus? I feel like Nyoka should have the Hammer of Olympus. Alright. Standard Troop Armor Platinum. So it's just Elite Troop Platinum and that Platinum. Right Control Helmet Platinum, Gold Platinum. Wrapped it on Handler's Armor. Then Right Control Helmet Gold. Let's see, what do I have? I have Spectrum Brown and Orange. So let me put in red and black in there. Plus the rockets. Oh, let me stick the Grand Colonial uniform in there. And I mean, honestly, I have, like, enough shit. Alright. Ada, how are you holding up?
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance? Goodbye.
Alright, let's at least report to Ludovico with the stuff that we do have.
Inspector, I've just received word that Constable Keene is dead. Please tell me it isn't true.
She was murdered in her office.
Halcyon Helen, Leora Blossom, Maria Keene. There's a murderer on the loose, Inspector. You must stop them. I don't have Maria to count on anymore, so I'm counting on you.
Whoever murdered her used a needler.
The needler was among Helen's belongings. Whoever stole it must have been able to slip in and out of the hotel. Maria was my sole representative in Cedric's territory. The entire hotel staff is on his payroll. Any one of them could have killed her on his behalf.
Was she important to you?
Maria devoted her entire life to our vision. She was absolutely committed to our company, to our project. I promised myself I'd reward her after we launched Spectrum Brown. I'd make sure she was comfortable for the rest of her life. She was also our voice of reason. She was sensible, and I appreciated her advice. I never got to tell her that.
Enough talk. I'll find whoever did this.
Make them suffer, Inspector.
I managed to track down Black Hole Birdie.
I'm pleased to hear that. Birdie Holcomb is a valuable asset to the Rizzo's Rangers property. When Helen was murdered, Birdie was nowhere to be found. The timing of his disappearance is unfortunate.
Birdie's something of a character, but he's harmless. I feel a little bad for him.
Try not to feel too bad for him. Birdie is a brilliant athlete. The universe has balanced his talent by making him a slackwit.
Go easy on him. He just lost the love of his life.
I don't understand what it was that Helen saw in Birdie. Whatever it was, she seemed to trust him implicitly. He was always on his best behavior around her. Or he tried. I'm not a heartless man, Inspector. I know that losing Helen must have shaken Birdie to his core. Be plain with me, Inspector. Do you believe Black Hole Birdie killed Helen?
I really don't.
I'm relieved to hear that. I happen to be something of a fan of the hack attack. I'd hate to see him processed for murder, but we need to be absolutely sure. I'd like you to continue your investigation. Notify me as soon as you're ready to make a formal accusation.
By the way, Birdie agreed to stay at the Grand Colonial.
I appreciate that. I'd rather keep Birdie within the public eye than let him languish in a bar at the docks. I'll make my report of your investigation into Birdie. Do you have anything else for me?
I looked into Cedric.
Closely, I trust. Tell me what you found.
I'm about to disappoint you. He's got an alibi.
Of course he's got an alibi. He runs Sublight Underground. He probably starts his day by preparing half a dozen alibis. With that in mind, do you think Cedric was responsible for Helen's death?
Helen was making money for Cedric. I doubt he has a motive for killing her.
No motive. That's disappointing, because it's exactly the conclusion he'd want us to make. Unfortunately, even I don't have the authority to detain Cedric. His line of work is dangerous, though. There's always a chance for an accident.
Sorry to disappoint you, Ludovico. He's alive and well.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I've already lost Dr. Blossom and Constable Keene, but at least Cedric's alive. The universe is a just place.
I'll be back. What's my reputation at? Let's see. Groundbreaker loves me. So do the Iconoclast, Monarch Stellar Industries, Sublight. The board can go suck it. Anti-Cleo loves me. CMP Borst Factory is indifferent. The Deserters love me. Yeah, Rizzo's is not gonna love me after this. That's fine. Spacer's Choice loves me. Sublight Underground. Not quite sure yet. Grand Colonial Front Entrance. The Man Who Chafed. Bellhop Owens.
Have you seen the profit of profitability of late?
Now we gotta go to the Wildlife Preserve, which is a huge fucking place.
Take your best shot, asshole. Keep this up and I won't have any new battle scars.
Oh, damn. All the beasties got loose. Or they didn't, and this is because of the parasites. Oh, yep, they were harvesting the slugs to go send to Blossom. Can't say that I feel bad about what happened to them. Site 0451 key card. Augmented toughening. Improved thug kit, improved thug kit. Oh no, I need an improved tech kit for my armor. I'll find one. Who's in there? Rip in peace, Bellhop Owens. Confront Spencer. I don't think Spencer has the moxie to have killed Owen, but he... to go find the prophet. I don't appreciate how, like, large. Let me find a save point. Save point, like a fast travel point. And then we'll collect Spencer. Or no, we might as well. I'll find a solid save point, maybe when we get to the top there. Daltrey Danger. That's an ironic kind of name.
Clever.
Poor bellhops. I wonder if the bellhops wearing red shirts is an intentional joke. Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. If nothing else, 'tis an apt name.
Is this supposed to keep the critters in or the guests out?
Legal hunting supplies.
Who in the hell is Gunter? I told you to call me Hunter. Come on.
Hunter, have you seen a little mechanical wandering through here? Might have been wearing my hat?
I can't say I have. I can sell you a new hat if you want. Or some fine, legally obtained hunting supplies. You could go get that mechanical thief yourself.
She's not a thief. She's lost. I just want her back.
Mildred Lennox.
Oh, hey there, stranger. Don't mean to interrupt your business, but have you seen a stray mechanical wandering about?
Can't say that I have. I overheard your conversation earlier. You want to explain exactly what's happening?
Seems I'm running my mouth too much. My mechanical Betty up and wandered away a couple days back. I've been trying to track her, but the beasts make it hard. Personally, I prefer my organs inside my body. The shopkeep says I should buy one of his rifles and go looking myself, but like my machine, I'm not combat inclined.
We can help her out, right? Won't take too long if we're on the job.
I know it's a pain, but I think I need some outside help. Job or no job, I'm not leaving Betty out in the wastes.
What kind of mechanical is your last charge?
Betty's just your standard tripod mechanical, though she probably is still wearing my hat. Without it, she seems kind of naked. Her main purpose is cacao milking, but the only cacaos in the reserve are close. Without a directive, she shouldn't have had reason to wander away from the milking area.
Hope it's not milking anything not a cow. Almost all other beast milk is toxic.
Nothing a few dozen rounds of processing and human trials can't fix. Gonna need to find Betty in the first place before anything can or can't happen with what she's milked.
I don't think mechanicals could. I didn't think mechanicals could just wander off on their own.
I'm contractually obligated to inform you that slug mechanicals are not notoriously inclined to malfunction, and any rumors to the contrary are slander. But yeah, usually even slug machines don't get lost on their own, so I guess I'm to blame. Setting Betty's search parameters is my job. Must have added a zero where I shouldn't have.
That don't usually happen by accident. I think she's trying to pull one over on us.
Are you sure? Mechanicals malfunction, but all this feels a little unusual.
Hey, I ain't in the habit of intentionally losing company property. That'd be one hell of a violation. Besides, I'm rather fond of Betty. This is all just an unfortunate cycle of events. If you can help rectify it and get me my Betty back, I'll give you everything I got.
I'll keep an eye out for any suspicious mechanicals.
Hey, thanks so much. It would have been mighty lonely without her. Being unemployed, I mean. Be lonely being unemployed. If you find Betty, try sneaking up and hacking her. If you can't do that, finding a way to stop her current routines should send her back home.
Hunter Legal.
Welcome to Hunter Legal's Legal Hunter Supplies. I am Hunter Legal. How might I help you today?
I'm investigating the murder of Halcyon Helen. Have you seen or heard anything unusual lately?
Unusual? This whole land complex is a failed wildlife exhibition turned hunting reserve. You can't go 10 feet without stepping in unusual. But I reckon you're asking about people unusual. I'd go have a chat with the prophet of profitability. Maybe she can intuit you in the right direction or something. But she is mighty far in the depths of the reserve. Perhaps you should purchase one of my fine armaments for the journey.
Interesting name your shop has.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean. It is a perfectly normal name for a shop dispensing hunter supplies.
Do you mean hunting supplies like the sign above your shop says?
No, these are supplies for hunters. Hunter supplies. It works either way. It works either way. Boy, damn it. I wish I thought to get that sign switched out when I changed my name.
Is this really the best place for a shop?
Where better to sell hunter supplies than in the depths of the wilds? Surrounded by creatures that are just waiting to devour you. I've got an excuse, but the prophet and her retreat don't. And they're even farther out. Prophet said I should gift her some rifles to improve my aura or something. I told her what she could do with her aura. Haven't spoken to her since. But you look like you're smart enough to not make the decision that she'll invariably regret.
Let's see what you're selling.
Hunter supplies. Get your hunter supplies.
Oh wait, no, I need that improved. No, I can do with just 4 improved thug kits. I don't need a whole ton. Isabella.
Sorry, but we're a little busy right now. I'm sure one of the other guides would be happy to give you a tour.
Lawrence, do you know who you're talking to? We always have time for the inspector.
The inspector? That's you? I am so sorry. We didn't know what we were doing. We're so sorry. It'll never happen again.
This seems like a strange spot to loiter. What are you two doing?
Oh, Law. It's all over. I told you someone would catch on sooner or later, Belle.
Lawrence, let me do the talking here. Inspector, pay him no mind. I'm sure you've bigger saltuna to can than us.
What did he mean by catch on?
Don't pay him any mind, Inspector. His upper story's a little gap-toothed, if you know what I mean. But seeing as you insist on sticking your... That is, since you're so curious, I'll fill you in on what we're doing. We, misplaced some people on our last tour. Misplaced them in the maws of some local predators. Now we're stuck here wondering how to get their room keys.
So your guidees were eaten by canids.
Might have been raptidons. I find it hard to tell them apart, especially when my glasses get fogged up.
You got your guests killed and all you care about are their room keys.
Hey, we all got our priorities. Not worrying about those keys ain't gonna bring their owners back from the dead.
I appreciate your
Anyway,
acumen.
The sooner we get those keys back, the sooner we can make it look like the ex-guests checked out early.
You're trying to cover up the deaths of the deaths of the missing guests.
Wouldn't you? I mean, the dangers were all listed in fine print on the waivers they signed. Least they can do is not destroy our reputation when they get themselves killed. We knew sooner or later this was gonna happen. We've got some hush money tucked away. If you can get those keys for us, it's all yours.
Say I got your keys. What's to stop me from telling your bosses what happened? You guys look like you need a break. I'll find those keys for you.
Did I just hear that right? The inspector is going to help us, Bill! Thank the stars.
We're not out of the woods yet. Let's just see what happens before we celebrate. We last saw the guests deeper in the wilderness, Inspector. That'd be a good place to look.
I'll be back when I find those keys.
Nice work!
So, I mean, I'm loving this, but it does take a little while to rev up. Granted, not that it really matters how long it takes to rev up, since once it's revved up, everything in front of it is gone. Oh, I can already tell this place is going to be like hell to navigate. Map, please.
Commander, you ever wonder why they put lights on our armor? No, Trooper. What about these tubes poking out everywhere? No. Trooper, stop asking stupid questions. Sorry, Commander. Happy customers are repeat customers.
I hope something eats you. And I don't know. Fuck, I guess the hack.
No cacaos detected nearby. Returning to slug maintenance worker.
I'll keep it down.
No cacaos detected nearby. Returning to slug maintenance worker. No cacaos detected nearby. Slug maintenance worker.
Okay. How many people have, like, got for the canids to just feel hella comfortable making this their nest? What the hell is a plasma propulsion pack? That's a flamethrower. I guess I answered my own damn question there. Alright, I'm gonna call it here. But next time we return, we will be following that river. As always, thank you all so much for joining me, and we will be raiding somebody on our way out. Let me see who's online right now. Oh. Good friend Michelle is on. It's very great. Catch you all on the flip side.